order. If everyone could go ahead and take their seats, please.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start off with the invocation. If Pastor Logan Lands, did I pronounce that correctly? Landis? Oh, I had about every other pronunciation in my head. Thank you, sir. If everyone could rise.
Almighty God, you are the creator and sustainer of this world. You have created government and council for the good of your people and for the execution of civil order. Bless this city council and the work they do on behalf of this community. Guide their meetings, their considerations, and their labor, that it would be pleasing to you and beneficial to this community. Bless Destin and all who reside here. Protect this people from harm and danger, and accomplish your will among us. Thank you for the countless provisions you so freely give each and every day, and continue to provide according to your love and mercy. All this we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty, thank everybody for coming this evening. Just a reminder, if you would like to speak on anything on the agenda or anything that is not on the agenda, you do need to fill out a blue card and hand it. No blue card. Okay, that's right. Just raise your hand and I'll call on you as we get there. We changed that policy last time before I was Mayor Pro Tem. So, and remember, any items that we have that are public hearings, you will be allowed to speak during that time. So we'll go ahead and get started here with the approval of minutes. Approval of minutes for October 5.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think we better do the agenda approval.
We can do that. All right, agenda approval, anything to add or take off, any amendments? Mr. Minchell.
Yes, please also under my name add Florida Board of Professional Engineers under my name. Discussion about that, please.
Okay. Anyone else, any changes?
Mayor Pro Tem, is the item under your name going to be for discussion of the Main Street and Kelly intersection?
Yes, I was going to add that. So under my name, I wanted to add stoplight/stop sign discussion for Kelly at Main Street. Anything further, anyone? Okay, can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Morgan.
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Braden?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So amended agenda passes unanimously. Now we can go ahead and move to the approval of the minutes. So the first one up is October 5th minutes. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Braden?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries. Okay, approval of minutes from September 21.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
Okay. Do I have a motion and a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, go ahead and take a vote. I'll start on the other end here. Mr. Braden?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to proclamations, recognitions, special presentations, announcements, etc. I want to start off with ADA Transition Plan Update from Baskerville-Donovan, Inc. Do we have a representative from?
They'll both be online, yes, ma'am.
They are going to be on the phone. Terrific.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, Wanted to say thank you, first of all, for letting us work on this important project for the city of Destin. I wanted to introduce myself, Michael Langston with Baskerville-Donovan. I'm a licensed engineer and the project manager for this project. And I have with me Jason Frick, who's a licensed engineer, and he's a project engineer that's been coordinating all the data collection and the information we have. I wanted to briefly just go over some of the ADA transition plan requirements so that we're all on the same page here. The American with Disabilities Act of 1990 requires that all public agencies create an ADA transition plan. This is required by the Department of Justice. The plan should include a schedule for providing ramps and pedestrians for walkways. Priority should be given to walkways serving entities covered by the ADA requirements. And it should also identify physical obstructions in public facilities that limit accessibility of its programs or activities to individuals with disabilities. It should also describe methods that would be used to make the facilities accessible. It should also specify the schedule to achieve ADA compliance. If longer than 1 year, identify steps that will be taken during each year of the transition period. In the past, we've worked on several of these projects in the past, and the way we had done it was, extensive field work, a lot of people in the field, lots of paper, lots of compiling, lots of photos, and extensive QC reviews, and then development of a plan to make it meet these requirements. On this project, we switched over to a new electronic system that's GIS based. That'll help make everybody's life a whole lot simpler. And Jason is going to talk about that here in just a minute. So the next slide, please. I want to briefly go over some of these typical plans and how they proceed. They're basically a phase process. This project here is in the first phase of that program, which is the data collection portion of it, and we have been working on that for the last few months for the city here. Next page. The second phase will be the problems or priorities, where we get input from different agencies, and this is yet to be done, but it will be done sometime in the future. Next page. And then the third is the solutions and development portion of it, which is implementation of that program. What I wanted to do is talk about a little bit about the scope of work here. We started, first of all, right now we're in phase one, which is the inventory of the pedestrian facilities within the city's own right-of-way. That includes the sidewalks, the curb ramps, D-Day project schedule, and I'm pleased to say that we are on schedule and on budget, and we expect to have something back to the city on this first phase within the next week. Jason's going to talk a little bit about the methods of our data collection. I'll get back to you with the rest of the stuff. So next page.
Hey, thanks, Mike. Like Mike said, my name's Jason Frick. I'm a project engineer at Baskerville-Donovan. And I'm going to discuss the data collection methods that we used, and I'll just give you kind of a brief background history of how this type of project used to be handled in the past. And it was done with a lot of paper, like Mike said. Basically, you'd have to map out the city and break it up into sections, bite-sized sections, where teams could go out with checklists like we're showing on this slide here. You'd have to develop a very extensive checklist with every conceivable measurement that needs to be taken. And then the teams would have to go out and collect the field data, take pictures, make any notes. Then at the end of the day, they'd come back and try to get all that data compiled. And it wasn't very efficient, and it required a lot of field trips. After you collected data, you realized you had stuff messed up and had to go back out and recollect data. So for this project, and if you'll go ahead and go to the next slide, we've gone to an all-digital data collection system where basically the team will have a GPS locator that will actually mark off a coordinate, and then we've developed some menus within an app that the team can go out, and then if they're, for instance, looking at sidewalks, they can open up the sidewalk menu, and it prompts them for all the data that needs to be collected, slopes, cross slopes, damage, grade breaks, that type of stuff. And once the data is collected for that specific coordinate, at the very end of the app, there's a place to upload the data, and then that gets transmitted directly to an Esri server in the field, and it compiles all the data there. So there's no need to go back and do any QC for that specific location. There is a final QC, but for the data itself that day, there's no need for a QC process. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This is a shot of our digital dashboard. So it's the overview of the city, and each one of those, it might be a little hard to see, but each one of those little points is a piece of data that's been collected for sidewalks. And we did sidewalks at 100 feet intervals. So every 100 feet of sidewalk, they would stop and collect data and then notate any type of deficiencies in the sidewalk. 650 individual curb ramps, and then one location had ramps and railings at the time we took this screenshot. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This is a picture of a menu that we developed for the curb ramps themselves. You can see there's a little aerial view there. There's a place to select. There's multiple different configurations of ramps. So once they selected from the drop down the ramp that they were at, it gives a little FDOT drawing there, and then it prompts them for all the data that needs to be collected and photos to be taken at that location. And you can't see it here, but there's a submit button at the end that actually uploads the data. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is a more detailed view of a data point. This is sidewalks. I believe this is south of the Destin Water Users property, and you can see there for that little magenta halo data point, there's a picture, and then there's some data there next to it. So each one of those points that you saw on the large overview will have this type of information attached to it. And if you'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So our deliverable will be some geodatabase files. Basically, they're very large files that contain all of the attributes, the data, the notes, and any pictures that are associated with the data that we took. We just kind of summarize. There's about 70 miles of sidewalk data, the 650 curb ramps, and then 8 ramps with railings. And we've shown an aerial here of the city's roads, road line work that's incorporated in GIS, just to kind of give a visual of what you can do with the data once you have it. And that pretty much concludes the data collection process. I'm going to let Mike talk about the next steps. And go ahead and go to the next slide.
Thank you, Jason. So we're in phase 1 right now with this project. Basically, we have finalized the data collection, and we're moving on to the next step. And you should be able to getting a geobased file next week to input into your GIS system. And that file contains all the data we've collected. Each one of those little points has attributes that you can pull up and look at. And basically, you'll be able to see in your own GIS system where those are located, and the way we can code it, you can find out whether it's been changed or not, have been improved. There's ways to color code that stuff to make that work right, and that'll be part of the program. Phase 2 of this is the next phase of this project, which we're not working on yet. Basically, it defines the problems and priorities. It's got a public participation outreach, so we'll be reaching out to the ADA people who basically, even though it may not be non-compliant, they may have a use for one of those areas that they think needs to have some different kinds of improvements. Maybe it's a push button for a crosswalk or something like that. They're not always required. The slopes all may be right, the handicapped ramps may be right, but they may think this is a priority for their access depending on where they're located. And so they would have some input into that, and then the city would be able to have the latitude to make it a higher priority depending on who's requesting the change. And basically, after we have all the information pulled together, we develop a priority matrix that shows which one should be done first, which one should be done second, third, and so on. And with those also, we pull together some, improvement concepts so that you can determine, the magnitude of what the changes will be for those deficient facilities. And then phase 3, which is the last phase of this program, would be the solutions and the plan development, the actual ADA transition plan development, where from those concepts on the deficient facilities, we develop those solutions. We establish costs associated with those. Then we'll develop the plan with the city with all the input associated with it. We will develop a monitoring program so you can see through your GIS system. Maybe one of them is red, one of them's yellow, one of them's green. You can color code those however you need to, so that you can see the program and see how you're accelerating it through the years. And it's a good way to keep track of your budget in the future. And then, of course, finally, the final portion of that would be the actual plan itself that we would put together in a written form for public distribution, and also to DOT, because they are part of that transition program within the state of Florida. And that's really all we had to do on our update here. Next slide. So we'll just leave it at that for you guys.
No, thank you so much for the presentation and the update. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Okay, don't see any. Mr. Overdeer, are you good? All righty, well, thank you so much. Staff, any comments for Baskerville-Donovan?
Gentlemen, just a quick reminder, I do have to dismiss you from the webinar after this, but you're welcome to rejoin if you'd like.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you again for the update. Next up, we have Destin Fire Control District with the Clement Taylor Park lease agreement. Mr. Mike Buckingham, Fire Commissioner.
Mike Buckingham, 510 Calhoun. Council, thank you. As you all know, y'all are here to serve the public. That's what we are here to do. Our job is to protect the public and provide safety for them. We're trying to work this out, and we've had a few hiccups. A few of the citizens choose not to have it, and some do. And it appears that what they're asking for is we're taking too much of the park. Some of the things we're hearing is they don't want the bathrooms. What we're going to ask tonight, the reasons on that, and number two is, I think the comment was made by one of y'all last meeting that if you reduced the lease down to just the footprint, the square foot of the building itself, which is 2,400 square feet, keep in mind there's 170,000 square feet at the park. So our request would be or let me back up. I think what I had heard at the last meeting that one of y'all had made the comment, and it might have been Parker, I'm not sure, that made the comment about taking it back to just the footprint and not the big square that was carved out in the beginning. The first reading, could we be changing the lease? Is that correct?
If you make any changes to the lease or the ordinance that governs the lease, then you'd have to start over. Yeah.
Right. Well, start over just meaning we got to go back through the process of
meaning go back to the beginning with the first reading.
1 and 2. Yes. And we'd be willing to do that if you all feel that.
Yes, it will have to start over. Yeah.
I mean, I think if that would be more amenable or to some of the citizens, this is a question for the next council. Just because you can't get it through the LPA and back to us.
Right, right, and I get that. I mean, it's the other option is to, to ask you all to bring it back to the next meeting and go for 2. And I don't know if everybody's ready to do that or not. So what we're trying to do is, this is not a personal issue. This is the fire district trying to do right for the community, and y'all are trying to do right for the community. We're just trying to work together. So, we're open for ears. If that's what it would take to come back at something like that, we're willing to do that.
Did you have new information? I know there were some things in our packet. Did you want to present any of this new information? Or?
Well, the new stuff that I brought to you tonight was just showing you the coverage and the amount of calls that we're getting in that area. some people, it doesn't matter how hard you try. You can't please everybody. But when you look at some of the information we brought you tonight, it's mandatory. It is the law that we do have to respond to Crab Island. We have to respond to anywhere. That's just the law, okay? So it doesn't matter where it's at. Number two, if you look at the coverage, we're not just in the city limits. We don't cover, the Destin Fire District doesn't cover just the city of Destin limits. We cover all the way to the county line. And if you look at that map, that's what Station 9 does out in that area. We don't need to go through, and I'm not gonna, bore you into this going all over again. The bottom line is we need a district, we need a department over on that side of town. So that's why we're working so hard on it, because the district is so big. It's not the city, it's the district.
Are there any questions, comments from council? Mr. Braden?
Thanks. The one comment I want to make is, I've heard it mentioned time and time and time again that the citizens on that end of town deserve a fire department. Have you ever heard anybody at any point say anything negative about, we don't think the citizens need service on that end of town?
Have I heard that there has been people say we don't need it on that side of town? Oh, most definitely. Oh, I've heard that many a times. I've seen it on social media. I mean, yes, to answer your question, yes, sir.
That
Yes,
there's
sir.
not a need for a fire department on that end of town?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Overdeer, anything from you?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Go ahead.
I will say, if this doesn't get to a second reading, and I don't know if it will, Mike, I think you'll find, for the most part, from what I've gathered from our meetings, is that you do have community support up here in terms of the city of Destin being a partner with the fire district, whether it's this Calhoun property, which I personally do not think is as big of a commitment or changes the nature of the park as much as some of the people that have come here. But whether it's that property or the parking lot behind the community center or Joe's Bayou, I do think the city's willing to work with the fire department. And from the candidates I've talked to that are running, I think you'll find that they share the same spirit, which is, we're all in this together. And what's good for, the fire department in Destin's good for the city and the people we represent. So.
Well, keep in mind, in the beginning of this process, we even offered at that time if we could purchase that little piece in the front corner. We didn't ask for it for free, but throughout the legal stuff, you can't buy it. So we're open, Chatham, and I thank you.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an issue that is going to have to survive on, and the new council is going to have to probably take a look at it. But I do echo Councilmember Morgan's sentiments that clearly I believe that a lot of the candidates will be partners in this endeavor to try to find a home for a Western firehouse on this process and reduce the lease down to just the area of the footprint of the building itself, which would send it back to LPA and restart everything, at which point we would have a series of further hearings, further discussions, and my sincere hope is more stakeholder meetings, hopefully in these in the neighborhoods themselves, so that we can get clear community buy-in on what it is we intend to propose and what it ultimately will be something that everybody can live with and be happy with, because we know we need a Western and Fi house. So if it pleases the council, I'll go ahead and make the motion that we direct the city's land use attorney and staff to work to change the lease to reflect the request of the fire district to reduce the lease down to just the square footage of the proposed building and bring forth a proposed ordinance and lease for LPA at the earliest convenience.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Do we have discussion? Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure, one moment. Mr. Overdeer, he said go ahead.
Okay, now Mike, two things real quick. Okay, so if we reduce the footprint of the firehouse to just the size of the firehouse, what happens to the parking spots? I mean, there's still going to be parking spots that your crew and everybody are gonna have to use. So is there still gonna be a parking area and parking spots around the firehouse?
Mr. Buckingham was having a hard time hearing you. He said if you reduce the footprint, are there still going to be parking spaces? What's going to happen to the parking spots?
Good question, Skip. That's one of the things that we're going to have to work out with the city if we go back through this. And we're willing to do
Okay, and the
this.
second thing I have, if you had any discussions at all with Baskerville water users about their property they have over by that new water tower?
He asked if you had any discussions with Destin water users about the property by their water tower.
Yes, I did. I spoke with Richard Griswold. That was the general manager prior to that. And at the time, they offered us the little 50-foot piece that's on Forest Drive, but it was 50 foot in the depth. It wasn't big enough to put the fire district there. And the concern was with them was they put us right in the middle of a residential area, period. I mean, we're right in the middle of residential, which was going to be tough.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council? Okay, I have a question for, oh, you want to go? Of course you did. Go ahead, Mr. Minchell.
No problem, thank you. A couple of things. First of all, prior to the last council meeting, in regards to the Destin Water Users location, I spoke to Lockwood Barnett, and he said that they would be acceptable, if you will, to having conversation with you all, to actually look at the blueprint or the plans to see if they could still do that. So that's still an option.
When was that conversation? How
3
long?
weeks ago. 3 weeks ago.
Thank you.
Okay, but the other question is at the last council meeting, I believe Councilman Parker, I don't know if it was 6 or so tasks, he tasked the city to do. What's the status on that? Have we accomplished those things?
Staff, can someone respond to that?
Those questions were responded to by the fire district for the ones that were relevant from their part. From our part, the city did provide answers to the city manager. The city lawyers talked about the potential for holding the public meeting in the park, which there's not a legal issue, although the city clerk has concerns about being able to handle things from his end. So if council wanted us to look at that, we'd have to work really closely with the city clerk to try to figure out a way to do it. But there's not a legal reason not to do it, as long as we can figure out how to take minutes and record and make sure all the public can be there and all those things. So we answered for our part, but a lot of it was on the fire district to answer.
And my last comment, just as a suggestion, that I think, there's no question, I don't think anybody would argue that a station on the west side will go a long way. But something that we haven't talked about here, and you all might want to look into this to educate the public, is how, in a positive way, the ISO rating would be impacted by another station, which positively impacts people's insurance rates. So regardless where the station is put, having a station on the west side, financially, from a premium standpoint, is going to help everybody.
Help
and
everybody in Destin.
You need to stress that as
Correct.
a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for staff, because on our agenda tonight, item 5, where is it? C, is actually, it conflicts with what we're doing right now. If we were to move ahead with that, how should that be handled?
I don't know what that was. So it depends on the timing of both. So that one that you are referring to, just for the benefit of the public, is the ordinance that council directed at the last meeting that would establish a charter amendment that could go to the voters to prohibit conveyance of city parks. And there are several options for handling that in the staff report, as well as an ordinance that council directed. And so when that is discussed, it depends on what you direct. If you were to approve the ordinance in its current form, then it depends on, the timing of it, because the ballot question won't actually get to the voters until March if you direct it as currently written. So if this particular application was moved forward before March, it would not be affected. If it was delayed and council directed us to hold off until March, then it wouldn't happen if the voters approved the charter amendment.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fair, though.
Well, it would be up to the voters at that
I get
point,
it.
because, let me just finish. If at that point the voters voted no to the charter amendment,
Right.
you would still be able to ask the city. But if they voted yes, in favor of the prohibition, then they would not be able to request it.
Even though this application was put in prior?
Say again?
I said, even though this application had been put in 2 years ago? I mean, I think that's kind of hard. If we're going to kick the can down the road, it might just be an opportunity we just don't get there at all, if this
The
goes in
city
front of the
hasn't
ballot.
approved anything yet, so that's the question for the council. I mean, obviously, if they want you to make this request, then they won't vote to have that ordinance happen first.
Okay, further discussion from Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, Mike, there was a lot of misinformation about the extent.
I'm sorry?
There was a lot of misinformation about the extent of what the fire department was actually putting at the park. So I would encourage you to come up with some kind of design component with a presentation where you can share it with the public and people can see what it's going to look like, the scale of it relative to the size of the park. And I think that would go a long way with alleviating the concerns that that the fire department's taking the park, because it is a small part of the park. And it's not, so I would encourage that design component.
Yeah, I just hate to lose it, I mean, I hate to get this far and then lose it, but that's exactly what we'll do then. Did you want a question? She has a quick question.
I guess I'll ask council, are y'all comfortable with allowing the chair of Parks and Rec to ask a question on this topic? Okay, seeing yes.
Trace Aberg, Parks and Recreation Chair. We had a workshop with y'all, and our team was at the table there, and we had the public here. And the conversation, if I remember correctly, was we felt at Parks level that this never came to us to start with. This lease agreement became city to city council, and we never got the whole family of Destin together to find out the pros and cons. Some of the takeaway, and I don't know if Matthew's here or Nikki's here, Myra's here. The takeaway was, if we could help everybody be happy and give them the Joe's Bayou, where they could fly out of Joe's Bayou to get to Crab Island versus they can't fly out of the harbor to get to Crab Island, putting a substation on Joe's Bayou, the cement plant property, which doesn't affect as much as the mindset of what happens at Clement Taylor. So we were proposing, if we have to give away waterfront property, could we not work with them to give them something on the cement plant, put a substation there? Because ultimately it's really just not the substation, correct? You need a boat access. So they're leasing the piece of land, but they're ultimately going to go straight down to the water. So the big picture is a boat and a substation. And I think we might make more people happy, because we all do want the fire station on the west end. We know it's necessary. But if we could put them on something that doesn't take away the serenity of this park, that people are waiting for all this $750,000 that we got grant money for the upgrades, to have it then have a fire substation there, which would take away some of the serenity of the purpose of this park and all the upgrades we're fixing to make to it. So they're looking at trying to redo this. Maybe we could get together as the parks and the fire department and maybe have a public forum and see if that would make more people happier where the proposed spot becomes the permanent spot. And I'm just throwing this out there. I don't have my committee here. I don't want to misspeak, but from what I understood, we didn't want to give away any waterfront property. But if we need to and we want them on the west end, could we ask you to let us, as a team, work with the commissioners and find something that works for everybody so we can get them on the west side, but not in the Clement Taylor Park?
Chairperson Abear, I think that tonight's motion intends to give us that type of wiggle room to even to continue those types of conversations, because I don't think anybody up here necessarily is interested in trying to jam through anything 2 weeks before an election and make sure that is this issue ripe for voting? Maybe not. And I think we can tell by the impassioned voices that are still out there that this deserves and requires more committed discussions. And I don't think that tonight's motion that's on the floor that's been seconded forecloses any of those further conversations. And I don't want to speak for Commissioner Buckingham, but I think with his nodding over there, he agrees with the sentiment that we can get together as a collegial body and Parks and Rec and the commissioners together so that we can iron out whatever needs to be ironed out as we move forward. And one of those thresholds issues is the viability of the option you proposed.
That's good.
Council discussion, Mr. Marlar?
Just the comment, I would not suggest the Joe's Bayou area simply because it floods every time we get a hurricane. There is no possible way that we could put a facility there that would be able to be used at all times. It's a low-lying area. It's always flooded every time we've had even a tropical storm. I agree there's other parcels. I discussed with Mr. Buckingham another parcel that's nearby. The only other thing I don't understand, and have tried to understand, the main station on the airport to the west side right now. There's also been comment about why couldn't they use the old station. Well, we've already established that for EMS and the Sheriff's Department, and I don't want to put them out, and we just don't have the area for it, principally because we put a cemetery at the bottom end of it, and we need to keep that. And I guess the biggest problem I face is that there is a lot of misinformation out there, and I can't even get any of my relatives to talk to me about it, because if they understood it from my point of view, they might see it differently. But once I'm off the council, maybe things will be different, because then I won't be having a chance to vote. That doesn't mean I'm not going to be up here raising hell, but we'll do that at another time. Thank you.
Question I have is, and correct me if I'm wrong about the motion was to pursue the footprint at Clement Taylor Park, correct? Something along those lines, correct? So if the motion's limiting to Clement Taylor Park, that doesn't open up the discussion for anything else for what Ms. Hebert was asking about.
Sure it does. You can talk about anything you want. If you want to bring it on as an agenda item at the next meeting, we can bring up lots of different things. And my hope is that a future council will continue the spirit of a collegial open discussion. What this does is doesn't force a second reading vote. What this does is honors the request of the commissioner to continue pursuing an arrangement that we have discussed over 2 years. However, it pushes it back into the LPA plus first reading and second reading, which gives us about 3 different separate bites at the apple, again, for the public to continue a public discussion. At any time in the intervening, if this council, whether it be us sitting here in our capacity or some future council in another 2 to 3 weeks, decides to pursue something else, hopefully with the buy-in of the fire district, they can. This doesn't foreclose anything. What this is doing is keeping the ball rolling and giving us the wiggle room to be able to have these discussions.
I guess my only question is, could that motion just be, again, in all respect, could it be that they have that discussion with the committees and all, and not just use the word Clement Taylor Park? That way nobody has to bring anything back. It opens the door for them to have full discussion, and it prevents us from having a vote. But what I'm saying is, to limit it to Clement Taylor Park kind of bookends it into that alone, without having to have another motion from council. That's all, just a thought.
You can always make a substitute motion or ask him to amend.
Well, I was asking if you want to consider that.
Well, please keep in mind, Steve, what we're trying to do here is work with everybody. I hate to see all of a sudden we just get kicked down. I mean, if we're going to get kicked down.
I don't want anybody,
If
I want a station
we're
on
going to
it.
get kicked down, then we might as well go to second vote and then just tell us yes or no. We'll tell the taxpayer.
I'm just
that
trying
we're
to
gonna
let, I'm just
I
trying
get
to
it.
let them be able to talk to you about everything and not have to have council make another motion for them to talk about another area other than Clement Taylor. But that's fine.
I understand, yes, sir.
Yeah, really, we've got a motion and a second on the floor, but I really wish, we have a whole lot of information that's coming out that I put under my name, and it really needed to come out before now. But I'd really like to move it up before 5C, before we make that motion, because I think the council needs to hear it and city staff needs to hear it. And it may have an impact on this
City
whole
Attorney,
thing.
what would be your direction? He said under his name, his item has a lot to do with this, and he knows there's speakers on the topic. I mean, we'd like to have it discussed ahead of at least item 5C. Would now, or how do you recommend we proceed?
You can always open it up to public comment now if you prefer. Public comment is the next item, which I would anticipate there being a lot of comment.
But that would be after a vote on this.
But exactly, that'd be after a vote. So it never hurts to open something up to public comment.
Are you comfortable with that, or do you prefer something different?
Rodney, I may have misunderstood you. Were you wanting to talk about your item under your name now too?
Yes, sir, because it's about the park, and there's a lot of information that's been dug up, bought, paid for from the state that council and staff needs to know.
Gotcha. The appropriate thing to do would be, if you want to discuss that now, we could get a motion to amend the agenda to move that item up. Again, though, it would be taking place after the vote on this particular item. If it's similar enough to this item, I think you can just go ahead and discuss it. There's no hard and fast rules here.
I'm waiting on direction from the attorneys, so y'all aren't thinking I'm just having a moment.
Facts work. Steve? Facts work.
If it's related to the amendment, then I would suggest keeping it under your current name. If you're related to this particular issue, discuss items related to this particular issue. But if it's going to be a close call, then I would just suggest you hold off until your particular item.
I don't know that this motion is really going to matter, to be honest, right now, and because we're not, it's going back to discussing a different place, so it just has to do with Clement Taylor Park.
Could we overturn, if we make a vote now, and then we get to his item or item 5C and hear other information, can we overturn someone that voted on the winning side, vote to overturn essentially?
Yeah, you can do that. We'd have to make sure the particular procedure is employed correctly. It'd be a motion to reconsider effectively the motion initially passed.
All right, let me ask you another question. If Mr. Parker would withdraw this motion at this time, and then during 5, couldn't he make the motion at that time?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends. I just, without knowing exactly what the item under 5 is, it's hard to provide much guidance because I'm not sure how similar it is to this issue or not. It sounds like it's pretty similar, so you can discuss to the extent it is the same as this issue, you can, but to the extent that it's related to the charter amendment, save that because we've got public hearings coming up on that. So.
You said it had to do with Clement Taylor Park, right? That would be specific to this discussion as opposed to 5C, which is all parks, correct?
Yeah, again, I think to the extent it's about this issue, about the fire district lease in Clement Taylor Park, go ahead and discuss. To the extent it involves anything outside of that, don't discuss right now.
Okay, let's finish the
Or
motion.
I can make a suggestion for you. What if you just make a motion now to discuss this after the ordinance and just move this up until after 5C, and then have the public input during 5C so that they would speak first before you make the motion on this as well? Because then you'd have all your information from 5C, you'd have your information from the public, and you could address this at that point.
That works. Is that comfortable with you, Mr. Destin?
Why don't we go ahead and vote?
Okay. Ray, will you reread, well, first, is there more discussion on the motion or the second before we vote? And then, Mr. Bailey, if you wouldn't mind rereading the actual motion?
Okay, I will read what I had before. I think you made some amendments to it, so if I'm missing anything, just let me know. Direct the land use attorney and staff to pursue Destin Fire Control District recommendation to reduce the footprint of the leased portion of the park down to the square footage of the proposed building, bring this item back to the local planning agency, and bring back an ordinance to reflect the change at the earliest possible time.
What good is that going to do?
What it is the request of the Fire Commission, who's our partner in this, to keep the ball rolling on the original plan while also giving us enough wiggle room as a council to be able to pursue any other further conversations this council deems fit.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, let's go ahead and call for the vote. Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
I'm a vote yes, but I think the public should have been heard prior to us voting, but yes.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well, so motion carries unanimously. You're welcome. Okay, now we move on to public comments. So I will call for folks here out in the audience, and then of course we will check with staff and determine who might be online that also wishes to speak. So we'll go ahead and start. Well, let's start on this side. We almost always start on that side. We'll start here. Ms. Hebert? Remember to please state your name and address for the record.
Teresa Hebert, 716 Main Street. I know we're all aware of the tragic accident that happened at the corner of Kelly and Main. As concerned citizens, and many people have called me, especially a lot of the Destin Main Street residents and partially Kelly, we would like to ask council to immediately install a three-way stop at that conjunction, and then maybe do whatever it needs to be done to put in a light, but at least immediately get something to where there is a three-way stop so we can curtail what's been happening.
Absolutely, thank you.
I'll make that motion, and I also have some comment.
Hey, Kyron,
We've
we
got
walked
as-
that on
Yeah,
under
we've got that as
Preble's
an agenda
item.
item.
Okay, so wait till then.
We'll have a full discussion.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Yeah. But I agree, I'd like to, as of years ago, have that done, so I understand. Okay, anyone else over here on this section wish to speak? Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, it was actually Ms. Bell, it was right here under the clock. Mr. Ponder, Ms. Ponder? Okay. Then yes, Ms. Bell, you're up.
Marcy Bell, 3 Gulf Breeze Court. I apologize if I jumped in front of anyone. I actually want to take this time, I don't want to wait for Councilmember Braden's time. I want to use this time, my 3 minutes, to speak to what I came here to speak about. Mr. Buckingham left. He's mentioned many times that he has a letter from the Taylor family in reference to their blessing at the park being used for the fire department. I believe the language that he's used in my presence was that the Taylor family had some sort of ownership of the property. So I wanted to clarify that for the public record tonight. I apologize because I didn't know I was going to come up right now, so I'm a little flustered. But I want to go back to, I want to introduce the lot in the legal description of being Lot 14B of Merino Point Military Reservation. So the one thing that's important to what I'm going to tell you tonight is the transfer of that property has been transferred only 2 times in the history of the park. It was transferred in 1926 from the United States government to the Board of Public Instruction of Okaloosa County. The second time that it was transferred was on March the 13th, 1990, from Okaloosa County to the city of Destin. 2 deeds, the only deeds that have ever been on that property. Now, I want to just go back and give you a little bit of history, just so you have it. Clement Taylor Park had a schoolhouse building that was built on that property, as far as I can find in the records, back in 1896. In the spring of 1896, that schoolhouse building started being used as a church. I guess in your mind, if you're around my age, you can visualize Little House on the Prairie and how they used their church and the schoolhouse for the same functions. In 1926, that building burned, and in 1928, it was rebuilt as both the schoolhouse and the church. Now, I want to go back a few years to 1913, because that's when Okaloosa County was formed. Okaloosa County was formed from portions of Santa Rosa County and Walton County. It's the same footprint that it's always been since then, and at that time, the governor of the state established the commissioners and all the different departments of Okaloosa County. At that particular time, they had a department that they formed called the Board of Public Instruction, which we would probably all now know as Okaloosa County School District, which is its own authority. But at that time, that is how the United States government deeded the property over to that particular department of Okaloosa County. So once again, 1913, 1926 is when the deed went to from the United States government. So that pretty much covers what I wanted to say. The only other thing that I want to add to this after the conversation that was here is that I want to remind everybody in the room that our land development code does not allow anything other than passive recreation specifically named at Clement Taylor Park. And I will see you again up here, and I apologize because here's the documents that I should have given you when I started talking.
I've got a question.
Make sure you give those to Mr. Bailey. So yeah, okay.
So we've been told that the Marlers gave that piece of property to the city or donated it. Greg Marler was furious that his family donated, his grandmother donated it. People think that the Taylors donated it. Now that this letter's out, people are thinking that the Taylors donated it. So what you're saying is nobody's donated that piece of property to the city.
In this packet of 3 documents that I have the 2 deeds, and I have the first documentation from the historian or the record keeper of the church. Everything I said is right here in these documents. Those are the only 2. And prior to them deeding property from the United States government to Okaloosa County or any of the individual founding families, and they're named. I mean, there's Marlers named, there's names all over. But in this particular instance, there's only been 2 deeds. There's only been 2 deeds ever on that property. And prior to it being deeded, it was just a lease. The U.S. government gave a lease to the different lots.
So nobody gave that piece of property to the city, so really nobody's got any right to say that we gave it, so we want.
The only group of individuals who gave to the city was Okaloosa County in 1990. I mean, it's in the public record.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mean to sound like, but I'm like, there's no arguing the documents here. I mean, it's right here, and it specifically says lot number 14B of the Merino Point Military Reservation, also known as Clement E. Taylor Park. Now, in my research, I'm not even really sure how Mr. Taylor's name came to be on the park, but I do know that his wife at some point was a record keeper or a clerk for one of the churches. And I say one of them meaning one of the denominations, because through the years you can see how the denominations changed.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I will hand this out, and I apologize. I was just so flustered I forgot to give it to you.
No worries. Anyone else like to speak?
Does anyone have a copy of the letter? I only hear about it. You have a copy of the letter? I'd like to review it if you don't mind.
Ms. Harbarger, did you want to speak? You're next.
What are shirts for? Carrie Harbarger, Spring Lane. May I approach the council and give you a prize from me?
Yes, just make sure Mr. Bailey gets a copy as well.
Okay, I'm not real prepared for this. I was at one time, but there's been wrenches thrown into this because, as we all admitted earlier, again, I always forget to thank the council and Mayor for hearing me. And I also want to mention, if I could please not be interrupted, I've had 4 people surrender their time to me, so I should have plenty of time. They'll be glad to stand up. So let me just start with the fact that the transparency that we just discussed with the firehouse, I think that we've come to the conclusion how it all was exchanged. But funny how we all get into this little town here and we start talking about the fun things. So talking to Dot Jones and Kathy Jones, who is Dot and Fred Jones's oldest child, this is a funny story if you know Dot Jones. She took her children to that park where they were digging in the banks there, and she stepped on a shard. I brought it and I forgot to bring it up here. It's pretty interesting. And she cut her foot wide open. Of course, if anybody knows Dot Jones, she had a fit because she didn't want to hear all that mess. So she told Kathy to dig it up, and sure enough, it was a shard. And we have a lot of these. And as we go through time, everybody talks about all their shards and their artifacts that we find from that park. Which is funny because then it brought me to talking to Peggy Davis about something, which I'm going to bring up in a minute. And she, I'm not supposed to say her age, but she was at that schoolhouse 80 years ago. And she said she spent their lunches and their recesses and sticks digging in the sand, and they would find their arrowheads. And she said, you know, funny though, I found something odd. And I said, what? She says, I found a pin that said United States Army Corps of Engineers, and they could just never figure out why they found it. But I think you just answered that question. Thank you, Marcy. Okay, so in my ventures through Destin, and I ride my cart down there, and I've been going to the park. The park has been closed for months now because of Hurricane Michael, we all know. We had to have the seawall redone, and if the council doesn't know, we had to have archaeologists on the spot. And I don't even know if the citizens realize that that is supposed to be a mount. So we find a lot of artifacts there. And so we had to have an archaeologist on spot. Well, we paid that archaeologist $22,000. And when I've been trying to find this report, because I didn't think it was done. And so, well, let me just say that we have worked together as a group of deep-rooted citizens. Beth Marler, Debbie Brunson, and Mrs. Sims. And I'm sorry. Anyway, let me move on. So we didn't know that there was a report there. We knew. Now, I go down there all the time, and I see the women down there taking stuff. And so there was a little questions, a lot of scuttlebutt about what's going on there. What is the deal with the archaeologist stuff, right? So I'm kind of trying to get information, and so are some of the other women. And then finally, this Miss Cheryl Wren informs us that the report's been made public. The $22,000 report, none of you have seen. Why? Because it was pushed through September 21st on a consent agenda, just like this. We're fixing to go. Consent agenda, Councilman Marler pushes it through. Very last second, consent agenda. Oh, I passed A, B, and E. Good, gone. Well, there was a $21,000 report there that we needed to see. So we didn't know any better, so we hired our own archaeologist. Now, I have both reports. Some of them are similar, but we have something very important that is on that property. Now, if you'll look at what I gave you, if you'll flip over to the background. Now, let me say, this is going to be confusing, and I'm going to jump around because there's been wrenches thrown into this situation. Because I think there's multiple reports, and I don't think there's anything that's been hidden from us. I just feel like they need to be combined. So if you look up at this background research, this is going to be great stuff. I'm just so excited. I'm more excited than anything. Let me just read some. The native village of the Destin Site 80K7, which will be described in the report that the city got, which I don't know if any of y'all have received, because I can't understand why it got stuck into a consent agenda when we paid $22,000 for that. I paid for this one. I think the city should pay me back. Okay, so the native village of Destin Site 807K was first discovered in the 1940s, and it was reported as consisting of a mount and village site. The mount, be it for burials and domiciliary purposes, has been pushed down during the modern era. The site is perfectly located as a habitation area, being at the bayside near the now relic entrance to the Choctawhatchee Bay. Freshwater sources were likely located in that area. Remnants of the water sources are visible today, and let me tell you why that's pertinent through my archaeologist. Flip back to that little page I gave that Jewel Melvin, he was born in 1907, and he had something to say about that fresh water in there. There definitely was fresh water till the pass broke through, and he documentedly did an interview on that in 1985. Well, hundreds, if not thousands, of artifacts have been found on that shoreline by local people. The artifacts consist of ceramics, lithics dating to the Weeden Island and Mississippian periods, but I want you to know that when you look at my report, please take note of the Pensacola variant times. Really important. According to the Florida Master File sites, now guys, listen, we got a file on this land. There's a file at the Florida Master sites on this parcel. Nobody knew. Who knew? Well, according to the Florida Master Site Files, an entry was made in 1966, which stated that French Brown Sr. owned the property, which we've already shot that because there was confusing. That parcel started out at 7.6 acres and ended up at 3.9. French did own something there because Peggy Davis mentioned about the oak tree right there that they loved to dig on, but it was on the park side, but it bordered his land. Well, according to the Florida Mass Site entry, the entry was made in 1966, which stated that French Brown Sr. owned the property, and the recorder of the site for that form was a gentleman by the name of Jerry Goddard. To quote the Goddard report, this site was previously reported by Mr. Ed Crockle, Gavalier, Florida. Crockle identified the site as a mount and village on the schoolyard property. Bam. No such mount exists today. Crockle identified, the school has been removed. Many shards were found in the shallow waters along this shore. Oyster shell mittens along the bank for about 100 yards. A collection of several hundred shards by Jerry Goddard showed quite a few tetrapod bases, a wide assortment of Weeden Island shards, and a smaller quantity of Fort Walton type, meaning we had already typed Fort Walton's already in the system. Now, this is the greatest part. Listen up. A resident who was interviewed, 84-year-old Mr. David Rojas of Destin, also provides his data of the archaeological site at the Destin Park. Mr. Rojas was attending school at Clement Taylor Park Schoolhouse when he was a boy, while he and one of his schoolmates was playing in the bank of the bay. He saw the bones sticking out of the bank, and he and a schoolmate dug and found the rest of the skeleton remains. His teacher contacted FSU, and I say that for a reason. And the remains were sent to Tallahassee, and they were told the remains are dated back to 1200s, and they are now identified as Native American remains. The Florida Site Statute, or the Site Files, also refers to the Destin Site 80K7 as possibly, most likely, and pertaining prehistorical burial sites, thus prohibiting construction on this property in accordance with the Section 872.05 of the Florida Statutes. And if you need a copy, I have it.
Ms. Harberger?
Yes, sir.
It is not typically the decorum of this body to have, this isn't a congressional hearing where parties that are up here on the dais yield time to one another. Mm-hmm. So, and this is a fascinating report, but I think perhaps to bring us to a landing and a deference to the length of the agenda and the other folks and all the other topics we need to hit, what would you like the council to take? What would you like us to take from this?
Okay, I do have a want, of course.
I do want to clarify one thing. We do allow people to yield their time. And I've seen that in the past.
We've seen it once. It was at the last meeting. 4.5 years, and I think that was. No offense, I think that was a mistake. I think presentation should be scheduled as presentations.
Y'all, not only is this important to our community, we don't need to be erecting firehouses. We need to be erecting monuments.
I'm not saying it's
not important.
No,
I don't mean that.
But a 15, 20-minute presentation.
Oh, I'm not doing any much more the present.
No, I know, but it's prior to get with Ray Bailey and get it on the agenda. I just think yielding time is something I haven't seen in 4.5 years. And
you know, we all have places to be, we have important things to discuss. This is very important, and, you know, but
Gary, I have a question. So you're saying this property is a mound, just like an Indian mound, like in Fort Walton?
It can't be built on per the state of Florida. I have it right here. There's no building going on there.
So according to the state of Florida,
there's no building
they're not going to allow
allowed
any
on there.
building
But
put
what
on
we
it.
can, because in 1966, coincidentally, the laws were changed, so what we can do is we can improve the existing buildings to include the gazebo, per the archaeologist that we paid for.
So maybe, I don't know, maybe staff needs to look into
So,
that. If
can I
the
ask-
if the state's going to not allow something to be built on there because of that? I mean, we may be going through this whole process for nothing.
We can look into it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't never said this before, but I want you to know we feel so strong about this that we are prepared to get legal advice if we have to, because this is now, I will say this information that your guy did, he did the proper steps in sending, but I've got one more complaint, guys. This is real important. I'm going to leave you guys alone. They took our artifacts to Mobile, Alabama to sift through, and where they're going to be stored at Troy State. They need to get it together, and they need to bring our artifacts back to our community. And they're our artifacts, and we need to erect a monument, not a firehouse. And that's what I would like to do. I would like to see this council instruct staff to get to the bottom of it, put this on hold, let's get to the bottom of it, and let's decorate our heritage here, not build on it. You have my report. Any questions?
No, I'd like to say, when I got wind that people were going to be looking at the archaeological report, I actually went back, and I had missed it in our agenda packet that night, and it does clearly say that there were prior reports of human remains being found and on file. And so I contacted the Tallahassee, DHR, whatever that historical record department, and they provided me with a file that has additional information. It was a burial site, and they are actually looking more deeply into it to find the actual documentation of the human remains and where they are. Because for some
We've
reason,
got one
that
set
was moved
and
forward.
documented, and I'll let you know David Rojas' case in 1966 has a case number, and it is logged. Now, to think it's public record would be foolish because it's not. I mean, the information is, but you won't be able to view that. You'll have to get with an archaeologist because they have to be insured and bonded, because if they told you where everything was, everybody would be digging around in everybody's private properties. So there's a lot of information you'll have to get, but yeah, there was the full skeleton, and it was tested, and it's stored at FSU now, and it has a case number, and the state says there are more bodies on that property. So I'm asking this
And in
council
fact,
to
they
move.
recommend in our own report, when I went back and looked at it, it recommends that before anything else is done on that property, that we have a full archaeological testing, because the particular area that was tested was just that little sliver there for the seawall, because that's what we were looking at the time.
Carrie, can you get with staff, with Lance, sometime this week, and with that report and with who you spoke with the state, that said we couldn't build anything there?
He put it in
So
the archaeologist we hired, is put it into the background statements on the bottom. He's got the Florida statute. I have it right here if they
If
need
you'll
it.
get with staff so they can call
Sure.
them and talk to them themselves. to
Yeah,
see
they're
if-
pretty, let me
if
tell
that's
you, it's a
possible.
felony. They don't play with this stuff.
No.
And the fact that if you find artifacts in the sense that that gentleman came to actually watch our seawall, everything he had to report back, and he did, he reported to the governor. He took it to Alabama, but he did what he was supposed to do. At first, I didn't find that first letter, and I didn't know why they took our artifacts to Alabama. But he did his due diligence in that. But I should ask this council if we can't get directed our artifacts back with our stuff. And
Kathy
that may be
Morler
why
Blue
there's
has a lot of
confusion.
them.
Pardon me?
Kathy Morler Blue has a lot of our artifacts at the History Museum.
But the ones that were shipped to Alabama, I think, should go with the ones that, but that's just my opinion. And it may not matter, but hey, we have a real burial.
Well, we have an opportunity, too, to have that placed on the National Historic Site Registry.
Absolutely. We don't need a firehouse there, we need a monument. However, I will do 10,000% as a citizen of Destin, and I have been a fundraiser queen. I'm a record fundraiser for Destin Little League. I'll do whatever I have to do for the firehouse to get us on the west end. I have not talked to one person who didn't want the firehouse. They just didn't want it at the park. We all know there's a need for it, but I'll work like a Marine to get it. Let's figure this out, but we shouldn't be doing this. We don't want these tribes having to come to our community telling us what to do, and we don't need to soil, because there's some people that would be more than willing to call tribes. Any
Thank you.
questions? Anybody want my bill? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next, Ms. Williams? And then, sir, I saw your hand. You be next.
Myra Williams, 312 Calhoun. So kind of a moot point, but I just want to make 3 quick ones. After Carrie's, how do you follow that? Everybody wants and feels a need for, I think, fire protection on the west end. Yes, maybe there's a lot of misinformation out there, but that's simply because one of the end games in the big picture of being at Calhoun, Clement Taylor Park, is to access the water and make rescue most efficient or more efficient. So what is missing is the master plan and the impacts that that will bring to the park in general. Not to mention the history that again was demonstrated here tonight. That's why people are passionate about that park. And that's one of the most lush looking parks that we have in our city. So if I recall, when a lot of you started your position and served our community, one of the goals was to make Destin a place where people wanted to be, to preserve some character that, you know, was here before all of us, and yet you're willing to compromise that green space. You can't have it both ways. I say there's been some other solutions that have been thrown out there, and I know that the fire department is trying real hard to make something happen, but they're not being very transparent, because once again, we sat through the process and we came to first reading and we heard about 8 to 10 points that were raised by Park Destin, of which we, the citizens, would hope to hear the answers of those prior to a second reading coming for no notification, really, because I was digging in the dirt when I heard somebody say from Facebook that this was on the agenda. And I try to pay attention to what's going on in the city. So there is not enough. If you want volunteers to put their best foot forward and to bring some recommendations and information to you, then you need to let them know in advance that there's a meeting pertaining to the committee that they're sitting on. And numerous times we've asked for this information. And so it doesn't feel right. It feels like information is being withheld or positioned just right. Is there a reason for it? And if there is, for God's sakes, just say it so we can understand what's going on here. And I want to thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead and come up.
Okay.
No.
Thank you, Council, for hearing me today. My name is Daniela Piper. I live at 608 Main Street. And I've been a part of this group just uncovering some wonderful things about Clement Taylor Park. And we believe that there might have been 2 occasions where remains were found that were documented. We're trying to clarify all of that and get more of that information. But at this time, we think that we actually have 2. One in the 70s, and Mr. Rojas was actually earlier than that. His was earlier in the 50s. He was a young boy, and he's 85 now. So we think we might have 2 incidences where remains were found at Clement Taylor Park. And I would love to get to the bottom of that and find all of that out. I had an opportunity to speak today with a Mr. Robin Sawika. He's with the Muskogee Creek Nation. And it does sound like the Phase 1 report that was done was in order and done very well. But his contention is that if Indian remains, well, Indian Native American remains are located on any piece of property, if federal funds are used to construct the firehouse or make any improvements, that the agency providing the funds must consult with the tribes before construction. So the next step would be that notification needs to be made to the tribes that Indian or Native American remains have been located, artifacts, a good amount of artifacts. I've talked to several people who have told me they have boxes of pottery shards that they've picked up or dug out of the ground, or their mom went to school there and she's got a cardboard box of pottery shards from that location. So that would qualify as what they would call a significant historical and cultural site. Actually, the archaeologist that our group retained, Mr. Caleb Curran, looked at one of the pieces of pottery that we got from a local resident. He dug it up when he was, visiting the park with his mom as a kid, and that particular piece of pottery dated back to 1200, which is about the same period of time that one of the sets of remains was dated. So we know that for 800 years, families have enjoyed this park. 800 years we've had people that thought that was a lovely place. And I'd like to say what everybody else has said, to please preserve this parcel. Let's preserve this parcel and recognize it for what it is. We've got a mound, we've got a possible location of a village, we've got a place where an old schoolhouse where our old historic Destin families went to school there. So it's an awesome place. Let's preserve it for history for our town. So, but thank you.
You're up, sir.
My name is John Green. I live at 3792 Indian Trail. You guys brought it up about the intersection of Kelly and Main Street. Got stuck in the traffic, so I thought I'd come. I'm a civil engineer from the University of Miami. I've been practicing for 40 years. So I went out there on Sunday. I looked at it. 90% of the traffic goes south and turns west. I understand. So there are a couple of things. I agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Hebert that we should probably figure out how to get some stop signs up there with Okaloosa and the county, and however that works. Three-way stop would be good. It's going to be kind of difficult for the people up front because they probably won't recognize that the street that was throughfare now turns into a three-way stop. But that's probably pretty important. And I think another aspect would be to move the crosswalk. All the traffic is going on the south side, and the crosswalk is on the south side. So that's a suggestion. And I'd also like to see that the staff and council recommend that you get a transportation study done, look at the evaluation of whether roundabout, a land problem there, but roundabout versus lights would be a solution. So I'd like to take it into consideration. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? All righty. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public comment portion, unless we've got someone on the phone.
No, ma'am, we don't at the time. We have had interest earlier, but it seems to have gone away. Just a reminder to everyone online to leave your hand raised if you would like to speak.
Nope, no change? Okay.
Not at this time, no, ma'am.
All right, then we'll move on to city manager reports. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Before I start, I was going to ask James to let us know. Oh, you do have one?
Yes.
I'll yield back.
I apologize, sir. We do have Debbie Brunson that would like to speak for just a moment. Debbie, I've unmuted your microphone. If you would like to click the button, you should be able to speak.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. This is Debbie Brunson, 528 Kelly Street. Rodney, to answer your question, my husband, Roger Brunson, stated that Taylor Park, that part was named after Taylor because he was a teacher there. So that is how the Taylor name got in there. He was one of the teachers at the schoolhouse. And then secondly, we do need to get more information on the discovery from FSU and more archaeological reporting and get our remains from Troy, like Carrie said. We've got to do that. We've got to get staff to please help us on that. And then, hopefully there'll be an extension of this. I wish that the motion hadn't gone tonight, but we needed to get the public comments out and our reports and Carrie's report, and Daniela and myself and all of us that have been working on this. We really have a lot invested into it, so not only financially, but we really need to go back and seriously take a look at this because the tribes, are going to be involved too. So this is going to be very, very important. And we just want you to, keep it and let the fire department find another place, and we'll help support the fire department find another place, do a fundraiser, whatever we have to do, but we do not want the fire department in that park. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Johnson, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. James, could you please tell us which staff members are attending online?
Yes, sir. Thank you. In attendance, we have Webb Warren, Matthew Pace, Catherine Card, Jeff Kozad, Crystal Strickland, and Lisa Firth.
Thank you, James. The first item 4A, is regarding the interlocal agreement with Okaloosa County relating to the Phase 1 beach acquisition project. And we have Mr. Warren online to answer questions and Mr. Bauman here to answer any questions you may have.
Sure, and just real quick as an introduction to this item, the agenda item report has some bullets with the key terms. I would note as we described to you guys in the agenda item report, the county didn't get back to us until after the publication deadline, so we're now able to include the interlocal in the actual agenda. We did send it out. I sent it out by email last night. The only term that changed with the county's revision of these bulleted terms that are in the agenda item report is the construction phase of the project. They removed that ratio of funding from 59-41% to just say that the county or the parties would agree at a later date as to the construction funding of that project. As far as pre-construction and design, the ratios are still 59% county, 41% city. So besides that, all the other bullet points are still intact.
Okay, questions, comments from council?
Is that recommended motion still valid?
Yes, it is, sir.
Go ahead and make the motion. I move to approve the interlocal agreement with Okaloosa County relating to Phase 1 of the public beach acquisition project and direct the mayor to execute the agreement.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Further comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Mr. Braden?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Item 4B is Resolution 20-28, establishing a policy for use of communications media technology at city meetings. We have Mr. Matthew Pace online and Mr. Webb Warren online to answer any questions about this renewal.
Lance, I'll take this real quick as just an introduction. This resolution, as council's aware, the executive order that suspends the physical quorum requirements for meetings is set to expire in November, and the governor has indicated that he will not be renewing it this time. This resolution will allow the council members who wish to continue appearing virtually, or the new council members who wish to continue appearing virtually, assuming 3 conditions are met. Those conditions are that at all times the meeting is being conducted, a physical quorum of the council must be present, extraordinary circumstances must exist, and extraordinary circumstances are defined as things that would not be reasonably foreseeable, to include things such as a fear that your public or the health, safety, and welfare of your person is endangered. And then lastly, the board members intending to appear virtually just have to provide ample notice to the city manager so that he can prepare to conduct a virtual meeting.
Okay, questions from council? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 20-28, establishing a policy for use of communications media technology at city meetings.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, didn't catch that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Braden?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A few announcements. Tomorrow evening between 5:30 and 6:30, there will be a virtual workshop on the Stallman Avenue intersection. Again, that's tomorrow night between the hours of 5:30 and 6:30. If you need more information, you can visit the city's Facebook page. It will give you a link of how to join in on that virtual workshop. We encourage the public to attend and participate as much as possible. Another announcement is every year we provide a shred truck to the public. Although we will not be holding our normal events for Government Week this year due to the COVID epidemic that we're experiencing, we are going to still offer the shredding, and that will take place on the 20th from 12:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. at the community center. So the public is welcome to bring the items they need to get shredded over there.
Is that tomorrow or November?
It is. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's tomorrow. On 10/26, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Destin Community Center, we're going to have a drive-through trick-or-treat at the community center parking lot. This is in lieu of what we normally would have our fall festival over there, but again, we're trying to protect our residents from COVID, but still allow the kids to have some fun. So we encourage everyone to get in their cars and drive through. There'll be different stations. I assure you the community center staff will do their best to make it as fun as possible. You are not required to wear costume, but of course we encourage everyone to go in costume if they can. So
Cute idea.
Early voting has begun at the Destin Community Center. The hours are from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I just want to make sure the residents know that the parking fees normally in effect for the Destin Community Center will not apply during early voting. So please come out and vote, and don't worry about the signs that say this is a paid parking lot. We will not be enforcing that during early voting. And finally, on Wednesday, 10/28, we have the 10 a.m. Little Tykes Halloween hike for 5 years old and under at the Destin Library. So if you've got a toddler out there that wants to put their costume on and do the Halloween hike with Wen and her crew over at the library, we encourage you to go over there. You can follow the website for any weather-related changes for that. And that's all I have tonight.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. Okay, next up on the agenda, we have public hearings. If everybody could go ahead and take their seat, please, we'll go ahead and get started. Public hearings. First up, we have the second reading of Ordinance 20-28-CC. If our attorney could go ahead and take us through that, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsell. Yeah, first we have item 5A. This is the second reading of ordinance number 20-28-CC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending section 4-7 and 4-8 of the Code of Ordinances to regulate roosters, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for incorporation into the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, and this is a public hearing.
Anything further from staff before I turn to public comment? For sure? Okay, terrific. This is a public hearing, so if anyone would like to comment on this matter, now is the time. Okay, seeing nothing, I'm going to turn to council for discussion, if there is any, or a
Mayor
motion.
Pro Tem, I move to adopt ordinance 20-28-CC on final reading.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, looks like we're going to go ahead and move ahead with this. Mr. Braden? Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
I'll say this on yes.
Okay. Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion passes unanimously. All right, moving on to our next public hearing, which is the first reading of ordinance 20-30-CC. Mr. Bell?
Thank you, Dr. Ramswell. Yes, we have the first reading of ordinance number 20-30-CC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending Article 13 of the Code of Ordinances relating to livery vessels, amending Section 13-149, renewals and expiration of permit, providing for findings of fact, providing for incorporation into the Code of Ordinances, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, and this is a public hearing.
Okay, anything further from staff? Okay, again, this is a public hearing, so we welcome public comment. Ma'am, I saw your hand first, if you'd like to come on up.
Okay, good evening. My name is Peggy Matthews. I'm the Florida representative out of Tallahassee for the American Watercraft Association, which is a national organization that advocates for personal watercraft rented and privately owned. I'd like to read to you Chapter 327, Paren 2, Paren D. This chapter and the Chapter 328 do not prevent the adoption of any ordinance or local regulation relating to the operation of vessels, except that the county or municipality may not enact, continue to effect, or enforce an ordinance or regulation discriminating against personal watercraft. This ordinance is in direct conflict with state law, and it's obvious that this ordinance is to ban personal watercraft out of the harbor. Because of the way the ordinance is written, it's just a personal watercraft, which you cannot discriminate against. It's a loss of revenue for these companies that are trying to run a business because their businesses are so banned from the limited number of personal watercraft, and also they cannot expand their businesses. They cannot relocate their business. They cannot transfer permits. And of all things, they can have no new businesses in the harbor. And most of all, these livery owners cannot sell their business. There is a legal opinion that will be presented in the next speaker that talks about how this is banning the sale of their businesses. These people are working to support their families and to provide a nest egg and sell their businesses, and they cannot sell their business. Their businesses are worthless. This is wrong on every level. This has been in effect since 2013. I just found out about it. ADBA just found out about it. and it doesn't make it right because it's been on the books. In summary, this ordinance is in violation of Florida statute, and it discriminates against personal watercraft.
Ms. Matthews, would you reread the statute number and
The number.
section?
Okay, it's 327, 32760, I'm sorry, paren 2, paren D.
Thank you.
Was passed in 2000.
And this is a question, I'm a layperson, is a pontoon boat a personal watercraft?
No, this strictly relates to personal watercraft, but to make this ordinance legal, you would have to permit all vessels, all commercial entities in the harbor. I mean, everything from dive boats to fishing boats to, parasailing boats, anything like that, to make this legal. If you did that, it would be legal, okay? But you're going to have, very much disgruntled business owners because this makes their business worthless. They cannot sell their business because the way it's written, you cannot transfer these permits, even in a sale. It has to be whoever the permit was issued to originally. And there is a legal opinion that will be shared with the council.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, you said 327.60?
327.60, yes, sir.
60, what paren?
Paren 2, paren D.
Thank you.
Does it specifically say state waters, or does it
This is state law.
specify
This is state law.
over where it governs?
It's state law. It doesn't matter what the waters are.
Okay. Any questions or anything further of the speaker?
And I'm available for questions anytime.
Terrific. I actually would like to ask our land use attorney, I believe she's the appropriate attorney to direct this to, if you could weigh in regarding these comments.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard the legal opinion, so we'll listen to that. But for tonight's ordinance, and I don't think this is what, I think you're referring to, I think the speaker is referring to the entire ordinance. But tonight, we're actually just expanding the time to apply for a permit from January to March is how it currently was, and we are asking to change it from November to March. So that's the issue for tonight. The larger issues, of course, we'll look at and come back to you with, since we're just hearing this now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker? Yes, ma'am, come ahead. Thank you. And Ms. Kopp, if appropriate, could you please see that Mr. Bailey gets a copy of that information as well? Oh, perfect, there we go.
I'll give them one in a second.
Go ahead and press it. You want to see the red light.
Push the button, please.
There you go.
There you go. Good evening, my name is Maya Schilder. I live at 45 Ferry Road Northeast in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. I am the general manager and partner of Extreme H2O and Destin Parasailing here in Destin. I understand this first reading is only about the change of application date for the livery application process. But before the second reading is added to any agenda, I think it's important to the council and their legal staff to clarify a few things that are in the current ordinances that are extremely vague and have contradictory wording that could cause significant financial impact to owners of the businesses. In January, we asked our attorneys to interpret the possibility of either purchasing another existing livery that wanted to go out of business, or selling ours, or relocating ours. Their opinion was that as the written ordinance is written, we cannot definitively sell or relocate our business, which after pouring 10 years of hard work and labor into building a family business, the council, with this ordinance is written, effectively has made our business worthless. The language combined with the fact that it was supposed to be a temporary moratorium that has now been extended for the third time. Is this the third extension that you guys will be doing this year? Yes.
I think it's second or third.
Second
yes.
or third. And a harbor capacity study that is yet to even have a meeting this year. And the continuation of a temporary moratorium is all based on that capacity study. The council continues to only only the water sports liveries here in Destin the ability to grow and prosper, with the rest of the community businesses
left to do whatever they choose or please. As an industry, we have offered multiple times to work directly with the staff on a business model, to advise them on a business model they really do not understand. The council, respectively, don't know the rules and regulations that we're put under through 3 law enforcement agencies in this state. Insurance regulations, any of that. And I don't know that the city staff, when writing and gathering information, haven't often come directly to us, and we have offered. We have offered. There has been, in this last staff group, there has been some people that have listened to us somewhat. But, you know, at this point, I don't feel that you guys really understand other real problems that Destin and Okaloosa would face if the legal insured water sport companies are run out of business by burdensome oversight. We are on the front lines of the docks and the water every single day. We continue to ask that before more arbitrary regulation is imposed to us, that we are invited to the table for real discussions about safety and the livelihoods that we have all built. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Questions from council? Mr. Overdeer, I can't see you, but do you have a question?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, great. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Kopp, this was the legal opinion. Did you want to express an opinion now? Or
No,
wait?
I'd like to read it first and
okay,
then give you an opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Come on now.
Good evening. John Stevens, 4025 Indian Trail. Pretty much, if we're going to be amending sections of the ordinance, I'd like to ask council if you consider amending a couple other sections. Pretty much in section 13-149, where it says all permits shall be valid no longer than 12 months. If I apply in November, I feel like I'm kind of penalized because now my application will expire the following November as opposed to March 1st. So my recommendation is to remove that line and just have it to where it expires March 1st for renewal. Another part, section 13-148, pretty much where it says permit not transferable, it states permit's not transferable. So if the vendor is an entity and the ownership of the entity is sold, transferred, assigned, et cetera, it only talks about the permit being revoked. It has nothing in there about transferring the permit. So let's see if we get a little more verbiage about that in there. Also, it states how if we do sell a business, we have to notify the city within 10 days. If something were to happen to me and my wife is trying to transfer it over, she's probably not going to be able to do it in 10 days. Is there a way we can extend that a little bit longer, maybe 30 days? And then another thing, there was a no changes affidavit that was issued last year, and I guess there was discussions to sunset it. Can we make sure that affidavit gets included into the packet for renewal whenever everything goes into effect? Pretty much the key thing is, I mean, been building this business for a long time. If I ever want to sell it, I want the ability to be able to gain some money from it if I do sell it, which I'm not planning on doing anytime soon, but that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you, John. Ms. Kopp, did you get all those concerns?
No, but I'll get them from Ray.
Okay. Okay. Additional comment? Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Today I want to discuss,
Sir,
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, please state your name and
I'm
address
sorry
for the
about that.
record.
Greg Fisher, 35 Red Bay Court, Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. I have a business that books boat tours and rentals in Okaloosa County. We've actually been in business for about 10 years. It's called Trip Shock. And we probably serviced over 1 million customers just in the past 6 years of just people booking various activities. So I consider myself an expert on boat booking and just the trends behind it. So today I want to discuss the moratorium on boat rentals. I understand there was a fair reason to put the moratorium in place. Let's face it, our waterways are starting to get more congested every year. However, this moratorium is very discriminatory towards boat rental operators. Not only is it unfairly targeting these businesses, but as the demand for boating increases in Destin, All we are seeing is locals and out-of-state boaters making up for what would have probably been rental vessels. Considering each operator must have appropriate parking, there's already a quote-unquote moratorium. The Destin Harbor has nearly reached its limit on tour and rental vessels, and this moratorium only seems to be a means to reduce or eliminate the rental companies altogether. If this was truly about traffic in the harbor, then why was this not addressed to all vessels, including out-of-state and locals? By limiting rental vessels in the harbor, you are only fixing a small part of the problem. It's not the rental vessels causing the high demand in rentals, but the fact that we are one of the best boating destinations in the country. Boaters all the way from Pensacola and beyond are coming to our waterways. It is not uncommon for boaters to come from longer distances to experience their destination. We see this in Fort Walton and Navarre, coming to Destin. If you go to Joe's Bayou's boat ramp on any given summer day, you'll see several boats from out of state launching. These folks don't understand our waterways and probably would be better off renting a boat from a professional livery rental with insurance. Just think about how this situation will play out if we limit our rental fleet. Are we going to shut down our boat ramps to out-of-state boaters? Think about the adverse effects this would have on our destination if tourists are told they can't drop their boat in because we are too busy at the harbor. Another issue I have is a rental company wants to sell their business. I know they just spoke here recently about it. There's no clear language that demonstrates that they can transfer ownership of their medallions. Also, if a company goes out of business or leaves a location with existing medallions, they seem to be eliminated and cannot be recovered. Some of these water sport operators have spent several years building up their businesses only to find out their equity is gone due to ambiguous language of the ordinance. Now, if you guys have a chance tonight, go to Google Trends. It tells you, you can put in search terms and it tells you the amount of interest there is in a search term. Put in fishing charters in Destin, put in dolphin cruises in Destin, put in parasailing, put in boat rentals. And you'll see that the demand is not driven by the boat rental operators, it's driven by the people wanting to come here to go boating. So if the rental operators are not here, and we can't put much more left in the harbor, they're going to find other ways. There's a website called getmyboat.com where you can go in and book a boat rental from just a private citizen. And those are the type of people that will come here and that will start doing business in Destin if we start just saying, hey, no rental operators are allowed. Now, real quick, Philip Webb, the gentleman from Olin Marler,
Your time is up, so if you could wrap it up, please.
Sure, it was
that'd
just
be
a second. He was here. One of his tenants just left the Olin Marler property. It's a boat rental company. He cannot put his business there. He wants to put a business of his own for renting boats. He cannot take the place of that business because of how the system is set up. And that is just hurting his ability to take those boats. He's not adding more boats. He's just trying to take place of what was already there. So I just want to make that mention because he had to leave early. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or anything from, okay. Yes, sir?
What information did you need for me to speak?
Name and address.
My name and what? Address. Kevin O'Neill, 6945 Leisure Street, Navarre, Florida. So we talk about a lot of these hypothetical situations. So I'm the face of this situation. I lost my business last year. Beginning of this year. That was the beginning. I couldn't operate out in the islands anymore. I didn't want to be at Crab Island. The congestion, all the things, the problems, so I went somewhere else. I wasn't trying to create Crab Island too. I wasn't trying to create a problem. I was like, well, the county seems like they don't want us congestion, so I'm going to come over here. And then I came to a meeting like this, which is just very nerve-wracking because my first time I had all these great things to say. I had a nice button-up shirt, and it was like, I lost my business with a pound of a gallon. So there's a bunch of Kevins. Some of them can't be here tonight because they're with their families at home. They're wrapping up their season. Maybe their employees are scraping the barnacles out the bottom of their boats. Maybe they're going to the local mechanic that also relies on their business. Maybe they're getting ready to buy some more jet skis from K&M Cycling in Fort Walton Beach. So the ramifications of this, they spreads out. And luckily, I was able to pivot my business model away from what I was doing out at the islands. And I said, well, I guess I'll just rent the stuff because that's what the county wants, and okay, there's more to that. So now here I am again. Oh no, am I gonna get put on business? Am I gonna have to go home and tell my wife again? Sorry, they don't like pontoon boats, because I can't wrap my head around why. I can't sit down with anybody and see. I've sat down with the CVB, I sat down with the county sheriff, and I did this stuff. I was doing this stuff of my own volition. This was before the county started getting involved and wanting to put medallions on a countywide. Well, I was just concerned about safety, because at my business, if people are getting hurt on my stuff, I'm going to go out of business because I can't be insured anymore. So safety is just a part of our business model. So, if safety is the idea, then why aren't the industry leaders being consulted when we're writing these? Like, these seem just like purely business-based decisions. If this is quality of life and safety, I mean, the laws on the books regarding parasail at the state level were written by parasailers. So I just want to be able to keep an open dialogue, and I've said this at the county as well, that if it is about safety and it is about quality of life, we need to work together for a solution that's not just limiting free enterprise and the market, because it goes far beyond just myself. It goes beyond just my employees and their families, because these aren't just summer kids. These people, I mean, my employees this is how they pay their rent. And as I said, the industry, it ripples out much further. So I just want you guys to be able to take this into consideration as this moratorium sunsets November 1st. I really appreciate your time. Thank you for letting me come up and speak, and have a great evening.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to comment on this matter? Going once? Oh, go ahead. Come on up, Ms. Bell. No, I wasn't.
Thank goodness for smartphones. I don't have an opinion on this either way. I just did a quick Google search. Google's a good term. There was an opinion rendered by the Florida Attorney General. It refers to an Alachua County issue. The question asked was, does Section 327.602E, not D, as amended by Chapter 2009-86, allow a local government to adopt an ordinance imposing an airboat curfew for reasons other than public safety by a 2/3 vote of that governing body? The response to that opinion, the opinion was that Florida statutes authorize counties to adopt ordinances governing the operation of vessels which may discriminate against airboats when such ordinances are adopted by a 2/3 vote of the governing body enacting such an ordinance. In enacting any such ordinance, the county must balance its concern for the public health, safety, and welfare with constitutional considerations and a recognition that any such regulation must not be in violation of constitutional protections afforded to the public for the use of and access to state sovereignty lands. Now, I read that to you because I think somebody else was going to get an answer. Did you get your answer? So didn't we take over the control of the harbor and the bayous a couple of years ago? So they're not sovereign lands of the state?
I know we had tried to look into doing something like that. I'm not sure, honestly, I can't recall whether we were able to accomplish that or not.
I thought the discussion was that we couldn't control the East Pass, but we actually did have control of the waters that lied within the boundaries of our city.
Yeah, jurisdiction, I'm
I
not
think
sure.
it's concurrent jurisdiction. They're not allowed to conflict. It's a question for the lawyers, though.
Ms. Kopp?
I mean, I'm not looking for a legal opinion. I'm just adding to the conversation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see another hand? None. Council, I'll turn to you all for discussion on this. Anybody?
Well, yeah.
Bueller?
Ms. Cobb already said that what we're voting on tonight is strictly involving the fees, et cetera, extending those. But obviously, with the amount of input from the public and all, for future councils, I think they ought to consider moving forward when they do something like that, they may look into a workshop, because obviously there's a lot of public interest, and Lord only knows we like workshops, so that's something for future councils to consider. Certainly won't be us.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else on council have comment or question? Mr. Martin?
I'll throw something in. Council was not, it wasn't the will of the council that we're trying to put anybody out of business, but I've been on the harbor for the last 15 years with my employer, so I see a lot more than some other people do. We have a congestion problem. What we actually have is a problem with people who do not know how to run a boat, or a wave runner, or any kind of watercraft. We have a very limited area of exit and entrance to the harbor. I have seen near collisions. I have seen stuff that I just cannot believe happen. And not long ago on Facebook, I saw there was a picture of a guy who was standing outside the rail on the bow of a pontoon boat, trying to take a picture as they were fixing to go into the bridge. Now, and I believe that the craft was a rental craft. I don't know who it was. But the initial thing was to try to limit the amount of traffic that we're getting. You've got charter boats, you've got yachts, you've got cigarette boats, you've got all pontoon boats, wave runners, kayaks, paddle boards, all trying to go out one small entrance. Somebody's going to get killed before long. And we've already had several very bad injuries. Nobody wants to put anybody out of business, but there has to be some sort of regulation. Yes, I know that most of the rental places, I know that Boogie's at the property I work for, the people are required to look at these videos. The videos, some of them are outdated, very outdated. And they show areas such as Lake Mead and things like that where things have happened before. We're unique. We're not the same as Lake Mead or any of the other places. We're unique because of the way we have an entrance and exit to our harbor. We're unique because we have a shallow area who once was an island called Crab Island. Everybody wants to know if they can walk there. You'd be surprised. The whole point is that we have a safety issue. That's the main reason I think this council at the time we put the livery ordinance in effect was for safety, in hopes that the people who are the rental agencies would do a better job of trying to educate the tourists who think they know how to drive a boat when they've probably never driven one before until now. They think a boat's like a car, and it's not, because, you know, I can tell you that for a fact. What I really want to know is, we started this a couple of years ago. Where was all this information then? Why didn't they come forward then? Especially if it's for the sales. You know, yes, we do need to do something about it, but tonight is not the vote on that. And I'm sure that we're going to urge the staff to let's go back and revisit this whole thing. It's sad that I won't be on the council when it probably comes back for revisiting, and neither will there are three other people up here. But I'm sure that whoever's seated next will be fair and just. But the first priority of this council is the safety of the public. That's all the public, not just the tourists, but the locals too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marler. Anyone else want to weigh in? Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, we have a scope issue tonight. I know we've had a lot brought up that goes outside the scope of the amendment that is going to be proposed and perhaps adopted tonight. But I do believe that it does require legal staff to take a look at what Ms. Matthews brought up with regards to the applicability of 327 62D on the city. I'd like to see us figure out the applicability and the influence of that on our ordinance, even though it is from 2013. Moreover, I'm really interested to know is the language prohibits a specific ban on the transfer, or is it interpretable to be the expansion of such rules that create an impossibility of transfer due to the diminution of the value of the company. I know that that's a legal distinction, but that's something for you guys to chew through. And I believe that Mr. Stevens brought up a couple of reasonable points And I know that you might not have gotten them, but I believe Ray got them. I think it was something with regards to the affidavit of no changes, something about the notice extensions, and there was there was two issues, I think, in 113,
Transfer.
149, and 148, if Mr. Stevens brought that up, if I'm remembering correctly. So, I mean, I'd like to see all those discussed at a future point, and if it's possible, if we decide to pass this amendment through tonight, anyways, I'd like to see those items brought forth to council so we can discuss them. And I think Mr. Minchel's right, perhaps in a more, I guess, in a forum that is more amenable for that topic being the only issue we will discuss, which I think the workshop format may be the way to do it. And we'll have, of course, all the stakeholders brought in so that we can really delve into this in the way that it needs to be. So without much more bloviating from me, I'm comfortable with just moving the amendment forward tonight, and then and to include the instructions to have legal staff look into the issues that I just talked about. So I'm going to move to adopt on first reading ordinance 20-30cc, amending sections 13-149 of the Code of Ordinance on renewals and expiration of permits for livery vessels. And I don't have the recommended motion. Am I missing anything else? Otherwise, then set it
No,
for second
that's
reading.
it. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I hear a second. Ms. Kopp, did you want to weigh in, or do you want to prefer?
The only thing I was going to remind council of is that we, on the staff level, had a couple of heavily attended stakeholder meetings with livery vessel businesses over the past, well, it's been a few months now, but they were halted in part because of the harbor study. So we didn't want to, there are lots of substantive changes that need to be made to the livery vessel ordinance, ones that we've discussed with the stakeholders at length. And the reason why none of that is addressed, and this is just the very simplistic ordinance, is because this needed to be done in time for the November applications to come in order to help the livery vessels owners to get their applications in and have more time so they don't have to wait until season starts. And also because we didn't want to make any changes till the harbor study came in. So we were kind of holding off for that reason, and that's what the community development director had recommended.
What is the status of the harbor study?
We're waiting on a couple of things. One is the federal funding portion of the resources. As you know, we are in partnership with the federal government. We have our portion of the resources available, and they're waiting for theirs. That's number one. And number two, we prepared a study questionnaire to be administered, and that also needs to be approved by the Army Corps. So those are the two things that we're waiting on.
Okay, thank you both very much. Anything further from council? Okay, seeing nothing, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Marler?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Minchell?
Yes.
Mr. Braden?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to our next public hearing, which is C, the first reading of ordinance 20-31-CN. Mr. Baumann?
Thank you, Dr. Ramsell. We have the first reading of ordinance number 20-31-CN, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending Article 7, General Provisions of the City Charter, to create a new section prohibiting the conveyance, sale, lease, or other transfer of interest of city parks, providing for a referendum on the charter amendment, providing for a ballot question, providing for a vote at the March 9, 2021 special election on whether to prohibit the conveyance, sale, lease, or other transfer of interest in city parks, subject to certain exceptions as provided in the charter, providing for coordination with the supervisor of elections, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date, and this is a public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from staff wish to comment? Okay, seeing no one, council, this is a public hearing as well, so if anyone from the public would like to speak on this matter, now is the time. Come on up.
I think I forgot to say my name last time. Marcy Bell, 3 Gulf Breeze Court. I know who you are. You know who I am.
Thank you, by the way, thank you.
So in light of the previous conversations that were here at the podium from not just myself, but the ladies in their research, I was not a part of that. I had my own, obviously I was looking at something else. But I think it's important that the council and staff and everyone in the public maybe recognize the importance of finding out what's going on our shorelines of any park. Ideally, I'd like all the shorelines to be checked, but I understand private property rights. But especially any of our park areas that are shoreline areas for artifacts. It is well known around the Choctawhatchee Basin that this was a large indigenous area, and I think that's really important for us to take into consideration going forward in the future, that those things are taken into consideration. And it's kind of sad that the citizens have to pay $1,000 for their own report just to confirm another report. Anyways, just my thought. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else like to speak on this topic? Okay, seeing no one, I will turn to...
I'll make the recommended motion. Move to approve ordinance 20-31-CN on first reading and direct city clerk to advertise the ordinance for second reading.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Mr. Overdeer?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that we're starting to get into a situation where we keep trying to take things off of our plate and put it on the citizens' plate. We were elected by the citizens to take care of their business, and that's what we should be doing. And I think that we all do it in good faith, and we try to take into consideration what the citizens want or what the citizens think is best. And for us to continue to do these things that we want to put on, make it so that the citizens have to tell us what they want to do on a referendum, I think I'm against that, and I don't intend to support this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Destin?
Well, so I mean, I understand the motivation for wanting to send things to referendum. I support the building heights. I support the right-of-way issues going to referendum. Under this circumstance, I worry sincerely that we will be handcuffing the city's ability to do its own business if we go too far with this and sending this only in the circumstances of a referendum. There are multiple options that have been proposed within the staff report, including rather than sending a proposed transference of any park property through lease or through deed, to rather than going to a referendum, which would basically you'd only get an opportunity to ask every 2 years, you could instead change the threshold for the council to approve it to a higher level threshold. So rather than a 4-3 vote, you could change it to a 5-2 vote, or you could change it to a unanimous decision of council, being that if there is a minority of objectors within the council, it would give an opportunity, because this is an important issue with the conveyance of property, public park property, that you could have, rather than just 4 of 3 making the decision, you could have it 5 instead of, or excuse me, 2 could come together to halt the process, thus ensuring that if it is a good and worthy project or conveyance, that you would have a higher threshold buy-in of this body rather than a simple majority. So you could change, it would still go to referendum, but rather than sending every decision to a further referendum, you would change the threshold at which council could approve these specific issues. So my suggestion is that we go with a supermajority or a unanimous decision of this council to approve a conveyance, rather than creating another scenario where we have to ask, and the expense of having to ask the public for a non-binding referendum. So.
Thank you, sir.
My question to that would be, why did we not do that with the last one with the right-of-ways and the building heights? what would be the difference? Because I'm thinking that the public owns this property, they pay for it, they should have the right to say if it's sold or bought. But I'm just wondering why we didn't do that with the building heights and right-of-ways.
Wasn't suggested at the time.
Anyone else have, Mr. Marler, I see your button going in and out. Okay.
I'm thinking of other ones to comment. Well, as far as the right-of-ways go, we had the problem that existed in that particular circumstance was we had people thinking it was a park when it was a right-of-way. And, you know, by legal definition, we have to give a person ingress and egress to their property. Yes, we did give him that. And, I mean, we could have just paved the whole thing and made a cul-de-sac out of it, but we didn't do that. We left that one part there. Because if you go back and look at history, we've got several other areas that are just like that. We have created pocket parks at the end of a couple of those right-of-ways. Case in point at Beach Drive, where it goes across Highway 98, there's a little pocket park before you get to the entrance of the condominium that was there. I have a feeling that even if the referendum is voted for by the public on the height limits, there's going to be some legal challenges there, but that'll be up to the next council to worry about. There's a lot of reasons I just can't support this tonight. That's all I can say right now.
Mr. Menschel?
As Parker said, obviously, there's different things that have been brought to the voters or on referendums and whatnot. As a compromise on this, I tend to agree with Mr. Destin on this in the sense that why don't we make it a unanimous vote? That's something that we could do. It wouldn't have to go to a special election, but it would take a unanimous vote. That's something that obviously doesn't have, something that's important being unanimous. I think that would be a compromise, Rodney, if you're interested in that. But I would totally support a unanimous vote.
All righty, sir. Anyone else have a comment? Do you want to amend your, or not, I guess it's not an amendment, but do you want to provide for that?
I would honestly probably prefer a supermajority, because I think a unanimous vote, we might as well just pass what we have in front of us tonight, because a unanimous vote's a very tall bar for this council, especially on a controversial issue, which would be vacation of or transferring any park property. So, it would take one vote to scuttle the deal, and I just don't see a unanimous council on an issue like this. So, might as well pass what Rodney has in front of us if we're going to go that route, in my opinion.
I sort of agree with your line of thinking, and here's why. One of the things that made me so in favor of this to begin with was the Clement Taylor Park issue, and we had 2 petitions presented to us that evening, and it was like 500 were in favor and 500 were opposed, and it was a pretty even split. And up here, we had quite a bit discussion on which way to go, and it seemed we were kind of torn as well. And so that's what I was thinking. I mean, of course, that then lends itself to, is a referendum going to come back to a really close vote? And, how does that weigh into ultimately fairness, aside from the fact that the people will have spoken and the majority will have ruled? So that was just sort of my initial thoughts were, it was so close, why not let the people decide? Anyone else thoughts on this? All right, I guess we'll go ahead and call the vote then. Mr. Braden, we'll start with you.
Hold on, I'll discuss one last thing. Mr. Braden, did you want to switch to unanimous, or are you going to keep the one you've got on the floor? Because I'll weigh in on my opinion. I would support unanimous. I really don't think that logistically sending every single one of these to referendum is practical, but I'm giving you the opportunity if you want to switch or send it to a vote, kind of like we did earlier.
Yeah, I would, to not box the city council in as much, I would support unanimous before what's in front of us, even if I'd prefer supermajority. But I would prefer that you'd change it.
Let's change it.
Okay, so we can notate that. Is that going to, that's not going to require going back to having another first reading, is it? Or,
Yes, it will.
Okay. All right, so be it. If we're all clear, no further discussion?
Second stands?
Second stands with the change?
Yeah. Second.
All righty, sir. Mr. Braden, we'll go ahead and call the vote then.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion carries unanimously. All right. So moving on then to our final public hearing of the evening. First reading of ordinance 109-10.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsell. Yes, we have the first reading of ordinance number 109.10, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, providing for amendment of ordinance 109 as amended personnel rules and regulations, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for amendment to 35.1, scheduling of vacation leave, providing for amendment to 35.3, carryover of annual leave, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And this is a public hearing.
Okay, anything further from staff? Mr. Johnson?
I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any. I believe that Karen Jankowski is also online if you have questions.
Okay, council, comments, question? Well, this is a public hearing, so if anyone would like to express an opinion or comment, feel free. Now's the time. Okay, seeing none, council?
Mayor Pro Tem, I move to approve ordinance 109.10 on first reading, direct staff to advertise for second reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Last chance for discussion. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Braden?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes as well. Motion passes unanimously. And that concludes our public hearings. We are now to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So be it.
Second from anyone?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and take the vote then, unless there's comment. Okay, Mr. Braden?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Consent agenda passes. All right, we are now to comments, presentations from mayor, council, land use attorney, and city attorney. Councilman Braden, you are up first.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We spoke enough about the park. The only thing I would want to add is just ask everybody to pray as much as possible for both families involved with the accident that happened at Main and Kelly.
Thank you, sir. I guess I'll go ahead and go since I'm listed on the agenda next. The first thing I did want to discuss, because I believe some folks are here for this one issue, and clearly I think we're all aware of the horrible tragedy that occurred over there, Kelly and Maine. The immediate thought was, what can we do to prevent this from ever happening again? We all know that there are some speeders that go right through the neighborhood. This may or may not have been that, and that's sort of irrelevant. The point here is that we need to do what we can to provide for the safety of everyone in this town in any way we can. And so my thought was I wanted to bring to council tonight the suggestion that we put in a light. If we need to do a study for a light, so be it. Maybe we look at doing a three-way stop sign. I actually sent to council and staff some photographs. I don't know if any of you have seen on Gulf Shore Drive in Holiday Isle. They have solar-powered stop signs. So at night, it lights up. I don't know if we have the ability to pull those up so people who are not familiar with that can see what it looks like, but I've seen it lit up sometimes. Maybe it doesn't work all the time. I'm not sure, but oh, okay. Well, people run lights too, unfortunately, but you know, this is at least a step we can take to trying to get people to slow down and stop at that very busy intersection. So this is the one there at Gulf Shore, solar powered. It lights up at night so people can see it at night, even if they're not looking for a stop sign. It's right there in their face. So I bring this to you all tonight in the hopes that we can do something immediately. And I would ask that if a stop sign warrants a traffic study, that we bypass that and see if we can overrule that to get something installed just as quickly as we can.
Mayor Pro Tem, if it would please the council and you as Mayor Pro Tem, could we set aside the current rules for the moment and invite Representative Ponder? I know that I believe he was coming in along with Mona to perhaps speak on the topic. I'm not sure if both of you wanted to come, but I'd like to open up the public forum just so that you guys can come up here. I know you guys have been waiting a long time tonight, and I invite anybody else who wants to speak because I believe we're talking on this topic, and if it's pertinent for you guys, I'd say let's take in all the public comment before we end up advancing a motion.
I agree completely because I think there were several folks here that wanted to express a thought on this. Please, sir, come on up. And ma'am. Sure, absolutely.
You're married, aren't you?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate that. Council members, and thank you, Councilman Destner, for allowing me a few comments. Councilman Braden, just quickly, an update on the young man. He is in Pensacola, very serious condition. Parents are faced with a difficult, potentially a difficult decision. As of now, they've foregone a second scan, which I think is a prayer movement that this community rallied yesterday at Threadgill and prayed for this family, this young man especially. They've pushed off the second scan, which I think to me is just a testimony in and of itself. The parents are unified and believing the wait for the second scan and hoping that the swelling in the brain can go down so that they can begin to hopefully see some signs of activity. So I petition this council and this community to stay steadfast in praying for him for a miracle. I think would be spectacular. But yes, Councilman Destin, I appreciate that. I mean, the tragic accident took place at the corner of Kelly and Main. My oldest son was literally feet away when it took place and was probably the first on the scene, he and a friend. Mona was inside our home when the accident took place and heard the unfortunate screams from the friends of the young man. She was out there probably within 2 or 3 minutes, gathering the other three and looking after them. We and that residence, we live there at 801 Kel Air. We see kids in that neighborhood from Kel Air and other parts coming down Kelly, as well as coming south from Maine, traversing there every day. And some, especially on the weekends, it's more so, but after school in the evenings, it's beyond time that something be done there, if at all possible. We do, as Mr. Ramswell, you mentioned 2 or 3 solutions already. I think the quickest thing would be a stop sign, 3-way stop. I know when one was put in at the corner of Legion and Beach, there was some outcry or whatever, pushback, but people got used to it in a matter of weeks. And so it is heavily used. And obviously, y'all would need to discuss it, but I think that's the quickest short-term solution to put something in right away. There was a gentleman that came up the day of the accident and kept saying something to Mona about, hey, it's a state decision. I'll tell you, I've already asked DOT, it's not a state decision, it's all local. So y'all are empowered to make that decision here. It's a local role within your jurisdiction. So I don't know if you want to...
And, you know, we recognize, our son told us right away that we were getting people commenting on the traffic backup, but it's a kid and it's a life. And if it takes us 1 extra minute to get home, then that's okay, because our job is to protect our kids in this area. And I don't mind, you know, people find other routes and people will give a little more time, but it's critical. And I think sometimes, there are painful situations going on all around the world, but when it's in your backyard, it touches home. And we were in the middle of this circumstance, so we're very passionate about it. We're very prayerful about it, and we really just ask for you guys to just, do the right thing for the kids in this area. And even the adults. The adults have a hard time. We notice that the adults do not pass at the crosswalk because it's actually safer to go down and only pass, where there's 2 lanes of traffic. So we got to do something, and no better time than right now.
And I'll just close with one of the chilling images that, Mona saw way more than me, and my oldest son saw way more than he should have at his age. But one of the most chilling images in my mind is the bike still sitting in the road with the car still sitting there. We don't need to see that in our city again. We just don't. When we have a chance to do something about it, I think now's our time. So thank you, Council.
Absolutely. Thank y'all so much for coming and sharing your thoughts. Anyone else like to speak on this? Ms. Hebert?
Therese Hebert, 716 Main Street. I had spoke at the beginning of the public comments. I live on Main Street, have for the last 8 years, and the traffic that comes down past my house to hit Indian Bayou, the amount of speed that they're at my house, I've seen them at that end, right there at the Kelly Main corner, because I run and I go that way. I too cross the street before that 3-way. So my recommendation would be to also switch where the crosswalk is. Don't have it go across, have it either down further and certainly further down on Main Street so that there isn't a crosswalk at that point. So moving where the crosswalk is could be really quick and easy to do. And then of course, if we've got, sounds like everybody's for it and everybody in the neighborhood, it's the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to do as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Stevens.
If you all do put the stop signs in there, I've seen it other places where it's like a speed hump right after the stop signs where it slows people down at that little intersection. I don't know, it's just a suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Harbarger, did you have a comment?
A suggestion, Carrie Harbarger, Spring Lane. I live there, a few doors down. That's my street. What about, I've always found, what about really flashing lights? Flashing lights, and you can't do a 3-way, but you could do the flashing lights. Whether they be, that's something, make it really obnoxious. Everybody slows down. I don't think anybody's premeditatedly being dangerous. I think it's just, when you approach it, it just needs, they're aware. So a big flashing, just an idea. If you're going to do flashing stop signs, you could do flashing lights. You have to hang them, though.
Right. So you mean like instead of a traffic signal?
Yeah, but there's
just
one
the
issue you got to think about. Everybody hauls their boats from that side of town to Joe's Bayou, so the lights. But flashing lights, just a big, obnoxious light scene. So when everybody comes up to that intersection, because I live there and I've been there my whole life on that right there, and just obnoxious lights would be a suggestion. I don't know, flashing things.
Mayor?
Any other comments? Yes, ma'am. Thank you for cleaning that.
It's already red, okay?
You're good to go.
Jan Rapper, 707 Main Street. She just gave me an idea. A flashing yellow light, but when a pedestrian goes across, it turns red. It starts turning red. But I live on Main Street, and I live right across the street from Therese Hebert. And my boyfriend and I have been talking about this for the last 2 years, about that Main Street drag strip. Now, I understand that this accident wasn't caused by a speeder, from what I'm gathering. But I'm telling you, from Airport Road all the way down, there's nothing to stop anybody from going 50 miles an hour. And once you go around that curve at that lake, they speed up. And I'm telling you, if every one of y'all want to come stand in my yard and rake leaves up by the road, you're taking your life. I'm telling you. They speed. If a cop sat in my driveway all day long, he would make a ton of money for Oklahoma County. Now, what can we do? I know that this has nothing to do with the intersection. It's a horrible intersection. And I go to the AOC. If you want to see anybody in town, you go to the AOC. But what about any speed bumps or the bumper bumps that will slow people down, maybe closer to where we live also, close to Indian Trail. But from airport to AOC, it's like a drag strip. I'm telling you. So something's got to be done. And we've been meaning to talk to y'all about this. Me and my boyfriend both have been thinking about writing letters about it. But this broke the straw. I mean, this did it. So something's got to be done. I'm telling you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And maybe that's something we can look at in the future, and once we make a decision tonight on where to go, but, you know, in the future, look at what we can do to slow down traffic further down that way. Ms. Bell, did you have a comment too?
I don't know how many of you travel up to the Okaloosa County Courthouse up by through Mooney Road from Racetrack. Are you aware of it? That cut through? Well, they put in these really great speed bumps. I'm pretty sure there's nobody who flies over them. And they were put there because there was a tragic accident there where a young girl was pulling out of her driveway, and there was a speeder that lost control. So maybe you guys want to look at that type of a speed bump, not a one that's made with asphalt. Like, these things are plastic or rubber or... Michael, do you know what I'm talking about? Those things are pretty substantive. You know the word.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment?
Mayor?
All right, seeing nothing else. So, yes, Mr. Mitchell?
Well,
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, what I'd like to do tonight is an emergency putting up a stop sign of some sort, a three-way stop sign, and then having put on potentially a future agenda, whenever we can, a full discussion on what to do long-term if we're not in favor of keeping the stop sign long-term. But I want to do whatever we can to get a stop sign up now. And I guess I should start by saying we have the authority, since that's a city street, correct, to erect a stop sign. Do we need an approval from anyone of any kind?
If I can just jump in for just a quick second. Staff had a chance to talk about this exact thing this morning amongst the staff and amongst with Captain Howell from Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office. And if you would let both Lewis and Captain Howell just weigh in on a couple items on this, it may help in the decision making.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, clearly this is a tragedy that does need to be addressed immediately. One of the things that we talked about this morning was to clearly put, I think somebody just mentioned it here, that we can put right away at the flashing beacon for the pedestrian crossings that are there. We also, from an eye test standpoint, think that the stop sign needs to be put in there. But our practice does tell us that we need to have what's called a warranty study, an analysis to look at the traffic pattern up and down to see what, in addition to, if we put a stop sign, what else do we need to put in there? We think we can get that done within a week or 10 days most to get that analysis done so we can give a comprehensive idea of what series of things that we think we can put in place. But as far as the flashing beacon signs, I think we can do that right away.
Okay, Catherine, is she online or what? Oh, Captain, I thought you said Catherine, my apologies. Certainly didn't mean to call you Catherine.
And called worse. Captain Howell, Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, East District Commander. I had some opportunity to run some numbers, and over the last 3 years at this intersection, we've had 7 crashes. That doesn't sound like a lot, but what's concerning is 2 involved vehicle versus pedestrians and 2 involved vehicle versus bicyclist, which includes this incident. The other 3 were vehicle versus vehicle. So that's concerning to us because the number of crashes at the intersection is not alarming, but the number of crashes involving the pedestrians and bicyclists is high. One of the things that we noticed, I sat out there today for a couple of hours, so me and some of my staff, and if you're coming south on Main, when you come around that curve, we realized people's speed, and we were timing people, Michael and I and one of my lieutenants, and anywhere from 9.5 to 14 seconds from that curve to the intersection of Kelly is what it was taking cars to get there. So if you take a child or an elderly person, someone that takes a little while to cross the street, the road would be clear when they first enter the crosswalk, but in 9-10 seconds there's a car on top of them. So that's very concerning. So a three-way stop would be our recommendation to help this problem. We get more in compliance with the stop sign than we do anything else. Than we do the pedestrian crosswalks, because a lot of people don't use the crosswalks, but most motorists obey the traffic control devices. Okay? And I sent the city manager and some other people's email with a little more details if you all want to review that.
That's terrific. Thank you so much for that information.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Several years ago, while I was on this council, and I believe Mel was our mayor at the time, I did propose the three-way stop, and we did a traffic study, and it didn't warrant it at the time. I was not happy with that. What we did do at the time was reduce the speed from 35 to 30. I think, first off, we need to reduce the speed even further down to even 25, because it goes 30 in that area and then picks back up at 35 around the Airport Road intersection. The other thing that I suggest is that a lot of the problem exists where the people go over the crosswalk. They don't hit the white line they're supposed to. They go over the crosswalk. Usually that's only with the right turn, sometimes with left turns, because if they're doing a left turn and you're trying to make a left turn onto Kelly, I've seen people stick out in the road. It's very hard to make a turn there. My personal suggestion would be definitely the three-way stops with the lighted signs that you have asked about. I would also look at the fact of putting in the little lights that we have at the crosswalk here at the circle. Those would also be, especially at night, and that would be the best thing to do. At one time, we also had I'll call it a little concrete triangle that was resurfaced a couple of years back on the, I guess you want to call it the north side going Main Street going toward the bay. And we had a lot of people hitting that, so they got rid of that for some reason. And I thought that was a deterrent myself to do that. But I just personally think that we should. I mean, I hate to supersede our own rules and regulations, but traffic study. If we even waiting for the traffic study and it comes back that it still doesn't warrant, I just don't go with that. I'd rather go with what the Sheriff's Department is saying and what our feelings are. That is a dangerous intersection, especially since it's not that far from the school, and we still have children that use the bicycles and stuff to school. I wish it was the same way it was when I was in school in that same area. We didn't have a problem. And the comment from the person about the AOC being the place you want to go, that's always been a convenience store, even back when it was a Tom Thumb many years ago in the early 60s, and that was the place to go. And it's always a Saturday morning thing for kids with a little money in their pocket and they want a little candy or a soft drink. And I think that I really think we just need to, if we have to have a supermajority vote, I think to supersede our rules. Kyle, you can tell me that, I'm sure.
I don't know if are you talking about just because it's not agendaed?
Well,
it wasn't, but prevalent.
Going ahead and
okay, well, I don't think that those rules,
going along with getting this thing done.
As far as that's just an internal recommendation from Lewis, so I don't think that you need a supermajority vote to supersede that.
Mr. Menschel, you've been trying to
no worries.
weigh in.
This is a no-brainer. Obviously, everybody up here wants to do something. Okay, so the question I have is for staff, or for the city manager, whatever. We can do long-term planning, and we can do some studies and stuff like that, but as Dr. Ramsel and everybody else has said, what can we do in the next couple of days? Could we legally, can we go out there and put in a three-way stop without any kind of study? Is there anything we can do immediately we can work other things later on. But is there anything we could do as a quick fix right now? Michael?
What I was going to suggest is we could contact the county traffic engineer in the morning. That's Randy Showers, and then the county engineer, Scott Bitterman, to get their input on this, to see if we can. Typically with a stop situation, you also have a stop bar that's heat sealed to the asphalt. And we could do that, but I would certainly like their input before we start putting plastic down on the road.
But from the standpoint of a stop sign, the city of Destin doesn't have the authority to do that on our own, or do we need a study? We need the county's permission to do something within the city?
No, sir, I'm just saying that they do have a traffic engineer up at the county in Crestview that we could consult in the morning.
Okay. And if they tell you no, then what?
We do it
Well,
anyway.
here's the thing, guys. I think I cobble together something that accomplishes
Well, let me just ask a few more questions, please. Okay? I mean, that's fine, but the point is that we all want something done. There's some short-term things that we can do, and then obviously there's some studies that we can look into other things that moving forward. Okay, as far as relocating a crosswalk, if we get people to stop at that location, that's probably the best place to keep the crosswalk, because you don't want to have the crosswalk where they're not stopped. But again, whatever we can do to move forward something right now, and then we can go forward with other studies moving forward. Parker, please.
So my goal is to accomplish the short term plus earmark the funding for the long term. I think what we should do is, I know we need a police presence out there to deter speeding. So my suggestion is, at least for the next few days, we will have staff coordinate with Captain Howell. If we can get deputies' cars parked out there like they do by the car rider ramp and in the school zone areas, we may be able to slow down a little bit of traffic as we work through the next few days, to be able to coordinate with the traffic engineers at the county for their expertise, not their permission, but their expertise on how we just logistically install a new stop sign and stop bar. And I think that could alleviate some of our troubles and get some people slowed down. We will turn it into a three-way, at which point I'd also suggest that we piggyback off of what I think Mr. Green suggested, I think what Ms. Hebert suggested, I think what you've suggested, Mayor Pro Tem, which is we need to go ahead and instruct staff to work with the attorneys and pursue a long-term safety study for the permanent reconfiguration of that entire intersection with the safety enhancements that everybody has been suggesting, what's feasible, what's cost-effective, and what will actually solve. And frankly, we'll have the opportunity to take in some of these, the hard specifics of what were the causes of that specific accident, plus some of the others that have occurred in the history of that intersection. So, if I wanted to put that into motion without stealing anybody's thunder, or I'll give it to you. Yeah, so my suggestion is that I move that we instruct staff to coordinate with Captain Howell to get at least one deputy car either on Kelly or Main, basically sitting at that intersection for the foreseeable future. And we instruct staff to coordinate with the county's traffic engineer. Hopefully they will be available to us to be able to, within several days, place a stop sign and a stop bar. Right. And at which point also I'd like to tentatively earmark $50,000 for the traffic safety study that will be conducted at some future point. But I'd like the money earmarked so that Crystal, our finance director, and staff can bring us back at the next meeting a proposal for a traffic engineering safety study consultants group, so that we can pull the trigger to get that ball rolling as fast as we can, because we're operating with stop gaps until we can figure out exactly what we need to fix. So let's get that ball rolling too. That was 3 instructions in one motion, but if everybody's comfortable with that, I'll leave it at that.
The only question I have, I think we need input from Captain Howell. You're saying to have a car there around the clock. That may not be possible without, we at least need input.
Well, and that was my suggestion. I said coordination. So it's going to be at the limitations of the resources that Captain Howell has, but
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I have a second.
I'll second that, with the caveat that we put up a stop sign as soon as possible, regardless of what the county says. You know, there's a chance that the county could come back and say, no, I'm not going to suppose what they're going to say, but we don't need their blessing. It's a city street. So I will second that, and I will say that I would like to see a stop sign up there as soon as possible, and then I would like a traffic study and look at the feasibility of a stoplight as well, something that can help with the flow of traffic, because there are a lot of cars, if you look at our traffic counts, that go down Main Street that way. I've been driving that intersection my whole life, and it's continuously gotten worse as traffic has increased in Destin. So we have to do something, and I would like to see us get a stop sign up as soon as possible. I support everything else in Mr. Destin's motion, and I will say that in Destin, it's well known as traffic has gotten worse on Highway 98 and it's been diverted to our back roads, that whether it's Calhoun Avenue, whether it's Legion Drive, whether it's a section of Airport Road that connects to Legion Drive that would feed under the Crosstown Connector, whether it's Benning Drive, whether it's Kelly, whether it's Airport Road, we have a speeding problem in this town. And I would like to see future city councils, I would like to see city staff work in partnership with the sheriff's office, and whether they need more funding from the city to put additional patrols to curtail this speeding on our back roads, because, and I'm guilty of it, I probably drive too fast. I think a lot of cars in Destin do. And rarely, you know, you do not see, and I don't know the numbers of it, but you don't see a whole lot of speeding tickets issued on these back roads. And I think if Main Street, if Airport Road, if Legion Drive got these reputations that areas in town do of being speed traps, I think that in itself could help curtail speeding and make our streets safer. And you have on Main Street from between the AOC and 98, you know, once you get near the American Legion, it's heavily residential, but cars drive really, really, really fast in people's front yards. And these are areas where people raise kids, and kids are going to have bikes, and their kids are living 20 feet from a dragway. So I'd be in favor of putting up speed bumps all across town, and if it takes somebody 5 minutes, you know, extra to get home from work, I don't care. But I would like to see our residential streets become more residential. And I think the speed in which vehicles travel across all our back roads in Destin make them not as residential as they should be, and not as residential as what our citizens deserve. And if it requires extra speed bumps that inconvenience people, you know, I would love to see it. And I don't need a traffic study to tell me that our roads in Destin are dangerous, and they have been for a long time. And when we talk about speed bumps and when we talk about stop signs, we do get a lot of pushback from these traffic studies. You know, this council has asked to lower the speed limit on Highway 98. And I know that's different because it's a highway, but, and the state said no, but I don't care, you know, so.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Mayor, one other thing, please, if you don't mind. For consideration, Captain, something that we might do, this, ma'am, the lady that spoke earlier about the leaves out in the yard, about the speeding and stuff like that, from a standpoint of a thing, is there a possibility that we could get the speed wagon out there, the flashing thing, you know, that we've had on Airport Road? If we'd have a volunteer to let us use their property, could you put that on Airport Road temporarily? The radar unit. Yes, sir. So that's another thing that we could do right away, okay?
Main Street.
Yes, on Main Street. You know, I'm just saying, somewhere in that area, if we have some volunteers, if we get a location and whatnot, we could put that as well, and that would be something else to get people's immediate attention, to circumvent if you don't have a deputy around. Thank you.
So, Louis, I believe you mentioned we had flashing beacons. Are those available now?
We could certainly order them. I am not sure what the lead time on those would be.
Okay.
We can find
I just
out.
wanted to see if that was something we had in stock available to us now.
No, ma'am. We do have signage, but we don't have anything like that.
Okay, and I know that the solar sign that lights up, that's about $1,500. I sent y'all the link, and I think that's the one that actually Holiday Isle utilized for their intersection. But so I just want to be clear on what we're doing now. Now we're going to have sheriff's officer come out and sit as he is able as often as possible while we try and push through as quickly as possible getting stop signs assembled in coordination with the county and put them up. I mean, I'd like them up in an hour, but whenever it's feasible. I mean, certainly I don't want to wait more than a day or so. I mean, we need these suckers up. And then in the meantime, trying to figure out, I guess we'll have another meeting unless y'all are happy with, I mean, when do you anticipate, I mean, I certainly don't want to say let's order a solar stop sign right now if we have a meeting in a month or two to discuss the traffic study and then everyone wants a signal instead. But clearly I'm as passionate about this as anyone else, and I want to see what we can do now as quickly and efficiently that's going to work. And I love Kyron's idea about what we do right outside here with the lights in the ground, however, whatever that is. I'd like to see us look into that too. I don't know how difficult and expensive that is to undertake and put in place, but I think that is effective, and it's another visible sign that, watch out, there's something here you need to be looking out for. Yes, sir. Is that fine with council? Are we reopening public comment, or? Well, we can't hear you unless you're up at the mic.
My name is John Green, 3792 Indian Trail. I obviously know the staff. We do a lot of work, from the engineering to Barnhill Civil. You guys are all doing a great job. You're all asking great questions. Everything you want to do, you want to do it today. You want to do it yesterday. I want to do it yesterday. My brother got hit by a car just like that when he was 16. I get it. But here's the process, if you got a minute. The process is pretty simple. You want to put signs in, put in stop signs. But I'm going to tell you guys that when you put stop signs in, you're going to cause more damage if you don't warn the people with the proper devices to say, hey, we got stop signs in now. Because you're going to have people run stop signs because they don't recognize they got the stop sign. So that's one of the issues. The other issue is it's going to take at least a week to just put the monitors down on the road to do the traffic studies. You did it, Marla, last time. It's got to take at least a week. You really want to do it during the right time of season, but you can do it now. But temporarily, you've got to just kind of put some cautions. The speed, the radar thing, excellent idea. But I just caution that it doesn't take that long. You probably could get an engineer hired within, probably a week. And he probably could already have solutions to you and give you some guidance. And geez, $50,000, I thought that was crazy. It's going to take that eventually about doing something, but just to get the plan and bring it back. I don't know the process of how you guys could come back, but it's going to take a couple of days. And I just caution that if you put the stop signs up without the right setup, you might cause more damage. That's what concerns me.
Nope, absolutely, and that's why we'll let our folks here in coordination with the county make that decision to get them up there properly. Any further comment? Mr. Overdeer, anything from you? I don't want to leave you out there.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so are we clear on the motion? Any other further direction or comments?
Mayor, may I clarify with Mr. Destin? Your initial motion has 3 components, and then there's been a lot of suggestions. Which part did you want to include in the motion?
The 3 components were the first one, which was to instruct staff to coordinate with the county's traffic engineer, since we don't have one, to be able to get a sign and strips installed as quickly as they can. I believe there was also an instruction for staff to work with Captain Howell to get a deputy out there, babysitting the intersection until we can get a more permanent stopgap fix, which would probably be the stop sign in the bars. And then also it was the instructions to have staff work with our financial director, give them a tentative budget. And while it does seem, I know Mr. Green didn't like the $50,000 number, the $50,000 number is so that they have the leeway to work with, because some of these guys are going to charge us if we want to do it fast. If you want an engineer to show up tomorrow, I just don't want them coming back to council to be able to say, listen, we have to ask for a bigger amount of money if we dial it back. So the purpose is to have them the leeway to be able to get us a traffic engineer on site as fast as humanly possible so that we can get the ball rolling on that.
So just those three components, and the others are just
And the others will, in theory, be encapsulated in all of those, because the goal is, once we get the traffic study back with potential solutions, it would include everything from moving crosswalks to bumps to lights to signaling to what long-term reconfigurations of moving pavement and sidewalks could mean. So all of that stuff that we've discussed would be discussed at that point. So that's why I'm keeping it just those three.
All right, everybody clear? Let's go ahead and take a vote then. Mr. Braden?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Dustin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for that. I know we are all extremely passionate and want to do all we can to prevent this from occurring again. Thank you. Did you have a comment? Thank you. Okay, I wanted to, we'll go ahead and turn to the item that I have listed actually on here, coordination with the county on Gulf Shore Drive extension. And then included in our agenda packet was the 1998 deed to the 100-foot road / right-of-way, as well as the dedication to Noriego, for the dedication of Noriego Point to the city. And my intent with this was, clearly in the dedication, it states, and if you look at the dedication, in addition from just deeding that property to us, it also states that they will actually keep it open and maintain a suitable roadway. And so we are at a position where we're clearly in one of the final phases of the Noriego Point project. We're going to be looking at that roadway. We've got things that are going to be going under, across, whatever. We need to be looking at that roadway and making sure it is complete. But when you look at the documents, it looks like we should be coordinating with the county, since they were actually by deed and dedication the ones that were supposed to install that road and be responsible for the maintenance of the road. So the goal being for us to reach out to the county and see what their intentions are in terms of this element of the dedication, and see what they are planning to do with that. Thoughts, comments? Do you need a motion? Just direction is fine.
I had that on the agenda as well, but I'd like to hear some thoughts from staff first.
I mean, I think that Dr. Ramswell's request is simply that we reach out to the county. I think we can reach out to the county, yeah.
Okay, well, if you will, because I had it, but I'll just come across with some of my questions now regarding that, if you don't mind.
Sure, that's fine.
From staff standpoint, I'm going to use this word, whether it's legal or not. The dedication, and also the deed. Okay, those two documents, everybody knows what I'm talking about. It was in the packet. We have not verified yet that those two documents are good as they stand, correct, City Attorney? In other words, these documents, I'm going to use the word valid, that may not be a legal term, but these two documents, there's nothing that supersedes these in any way, changes them, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So, with that said, if the dedication and the deed are in fact, I'm going to just say valid, for lack of, please understand, that may not be a legal term, but we've got a document and we don't have anything that says that it's not correct, that it had, the deed was changed, it was given, or anything else. So if those two documents are valid, what do you think the city's next step should be? If those two things are valid?
What do I think?
What should the city's role be based on those being valid?
It sounds like Dr. Ramswell is asking that we reach out to the county, so I'm assuming that would be the next logical step. Now, Councilmember Minchell, as you know, a title abstract was ordered on this parcel, and I did just get the title work this afternoon. I have not had a chance to look at it. So once I look at that, I'll have a lot better sense of how to tell you guys.
Assuming it's, again, valid and there hadn't been any changes, in addition to contacting the county, I guess this is a question for Lewis or for Kim or something. Should not the city take immediate steps to clean up our property lines, our deeded property lines, if that deed is in fact correct?
Typically, when you are handed something, you go through a process of accepting it. And so that would be the recommendation I would make, that if we have somebody who's deeded us property, then we go through the process of accepting that deed and assign what the use of that property that's been deeded to us.
Okay. I would just submit that along with what Dr. Ramswell is asking, my thought would be, if in fact this is valid, that the city would take the proper steps, obviously, to clean up our deeded property lines. That's my request. I don't know if we need a motion or whatever, or if that's just part of something for consideration, whatever it takes.
I mean, it sounds like stuff that we all need to just look at. I mean, we will look at it.
Well, the look at it is, the thing is, when it comes to the roadway, it's there, period. And it's something that should have been in place a long time ago, okay? So if this is still in force and if it's valid, then it's the county's responsibility. What is the city going to do to ensure that the county does what they're obligated to do per this paper? What does the city do, is what I'm saying.
I think we've got to talk to the county, like Dr. Ramswell suggested.
Okay. Well, I would include the property lines as well in that direction. That's all.
Actually, I have a follow-up because you mentioned you ordered an abstract title of an abstract of title. Ironically, I was going through a bunch of documents and I noted that in 1998 an abstract of title was ordered on that same piece of property by, ironically, a former city councilman sitting right here tonight. And I couldn't find any subsequent record. There were multiple indications that it was ordered and asked for a report back, but I never could find where that report came back. Were you able to locate that 1998 one so that we can compare that information with what we're going to be finding out now?
No, as far as I was aware, the city had never ordered a title abstract before, but I'm sure Ray can search the records, and if there was such a abstract produced, that'd be good to compare with.
And if you could have this for the next council meeting, we put that on the agenda for the feedback that we get from the county, please?
The feedback from the county?
Right.
Okay.
Or any actions that we're going to take as a result of their responses.
Well, Mr. Minchell, since some of what you have seems to overlap, were you going to talk at all about the surveys? Or is that a completely separate?
Separate.
Okay. Then I'll wait, because I have some comments about that.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead with yours. That's fine.
Well, he was talking about the property boundaries, and I noticed that when we take a look at the different surveys that were done, that the first survey that we ordered, I guess I should be looking at Michael, we've now had 3 done trying to get this going all the way around. When I went back and looked at that first survey that was done, they actually used the wrong property line for the, I guess you call it the southern border there that borders the .1 property. They used actually what was a quitclaim, which, as we know, quitclaim is just interest. It's not the ownership. They didn't use the actual deeded property lines when they performed that. So that's something that we need to look into. They used, I think they used, what, 45.13.52, and our actual property line is 44.19. And that's that same 25-foot that I brought up before, where the seawall actually goes past their property line into Noriega Point. It's that same about 25, 30 feet. So something to keep in mind, that that survey, that's not showing the accurate property line in that regard either.
Just for clarification, it wasn't a quitclaim deed. What type of deed was it? Where
Well,
you got that other measurement?
There was a quiet claim, and then they've started it's very confusing, and I can provide documentation, but essentially the quiet claim that went through by the property owner at the time was as a result of the seawall that he built that actually went over the property line into Noriega Point. And so the county actually quiet claimed that the interest that they had, not the ownership, but the interest, that did not translate to the deed or any subsequent deeds. So all the subsequent deeds maintained that same 4419 property line, but the quiet claim had the 45.13, which again is part of that seawall extension that encroaches on our Noriega Point property. Does that make sense?
I think it's like you said, it's kind of confusing when you're talking about various deeds, because a lot of the legal descriptions, I believe they're called Parcel A, and a lot of those deeds, it's, it's this long, and it's just call-outs of bearings and distances. But if you can just forward me that, we'll certainly have the surveyor take another look at it.
Absolutely. I mean, and just as a beginning point, the dedication, the road right-of-way deed, the court case that he filed way back then, and the Noriega Point deed all show the correct property boundaries with the call-out of 4419. But when you get to like a recent application that we received, it reflects the quiet claim that was filed back in 98, or maybe not 98, but it reflects the quiet claim line, which is actually 25 feet on our property, which is the 4513. But we're getting so technical, and I don't want to keep doing all that. I can send you whatever documentation you might need.
Please.
Okay. All right. Where am I? Okay, so the other thing I wanted to bring up, and this sort of arose from the whole Clement Taylor Park discussion and renewed interest in the historical areas of our town. I had wanted to look into doing a historical committee, but I had an exchange with Kathy Marler Blue at the Fishing Museum, and it seems they're already doing something very similar, and they have a board that looks at artifacts and things of that nature. But I want to look and see what we can do to perhaps assist them and start some sort of historical marker program. Here was an Indian mound or whatever we need to do. We see them, in other places where there are all these historical signs of areas that need recognition. Post office would be another one. We could have a historical marker noting the very first post office location. So that's something I want to look into doing, and I'm going to talk with Ms. Marler Blue a little bit more about that, since they've already got something going in that regard, and see what she and her board might be interested in doing, and then bring that back to us and see how we might be able to coordinate and work with them. So just sharing that thought. And then you already hit on the early voting, so I won't go into that again. And that's all I have, so we'll move on to Councilmember Menschel. Thank y'all.
I'm going to discuss the submerged land lease again, but let's go to the pause thing first, because I apologize. We've got the new director of pause here, and I just wish we had identified that earlier, where we could have had, she sat here for this whole time, okay? So, City Manager, I don't know if you want her to go first, and to give us an update, that would be great. Please, ma'am. And again, I apologize that it's taken us this long. Had we known you were here earlier, we could have possibly done something different. But thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Tracy Williams. I'm the new Executive Director at PAWS. I've seen a lot of familiar faces in the room. I really just came tonight because I'm on the agenda, or PAWS is on the agenda, and I didn't know if it was a complaint or a concern, and so I'm trying to be very visible in the community, get out to our city councils, and be there to answer any concerns that you have, or correct any misinformation that might be out there. So we are currently renegotiating the contract, of course, and working month to month right now, but I'm here to answer any questions that you have regarding.
Well, I didn't know if you had a presentation. I have a bunch to say about this, and please chime in, whatever. Okay. First of all, I'm an animal lover and definitely a PAWS supporter. We've talked about PAWS before. Earlier this year, we actually talked about having our code compliance section have a PAWS officer, if you will, have our own officer, not PAWS, but a collection officer. It might not be the right verbiage, but have a person that scoops up the animals and then would still contract with you, but we opted not to do that at that time, okay? Obviously, there were a lot of problems identified in the paper, and I know that's before you, and you're working on that. In the sheriff's office, Captain Howell can certainly relate to this, and in any city, okay, you have some folks, some elderly people sometimes that are lonesome, and they dial 911 and say there's somebody in my backyard or something, just to have a cop come by and make them feel good. And they have that in any town, okay? Well, in reviewing the PAWS contract, I'm sorry, the monthly reports, there appears to be some habitual offenders calling in repeatedly after hours. And, for example, like barking dog. And one of my concerns is, and something that I'd like us to work with you on, is the fact that, yes, you have a contract with the city, I believe for like $45,000 a year, but in addition, there's an after-hours charge of $75. And that's something that we don't control. So, I don't exactly know the protocols and whatnot, but if Miss Smith calls at 10 o'clock at night on a barking dog, that's another 75 hours that the city is spending. Okay, we have code compliance working for the most part now to at least midnight. So the first thing is, I think I'd like to ask for your consideration to work with our city staff, because we maybe need to do something differently on after-hours call-out. I realize it's not a lot of money, but it's money that we don't control. Right. As it stands right now, the same habitual offender calls. The other thing is, from a person who's called, and let me make sure I'm clear on this, we're not talking about hundreds and hundreds of situations. There's half a dozen or so. But it's still something that we need to take a look at. But if you would get a call night after night about a barking dog, I mean, what is your protocol? Do you all go out there each night and tell them to be quiet?
First of all, I'm reviewing all the contracts as we speak. My first few months on the job, every contract was coming up due as soon as I got there, so I've been reviewing them all. It looks like some of them started out very boilerplate, and obviously the municipalities all have different needs. Yours is the only one that I can find right now that has that $75 call, and to my knowledge, we're not billing you for those, and we haven't been. So the other issue is the after-hours calls are only for emergencies like dog bites and stuff, so we would not respond for a call for barking. That would be considered a nuisance call during the daytime.
I can just say that at least it's documented that you're getting the calls at night, because I read it off your report.
Yes, absolutely. Yep,
okay.
Yep.
The other thing, just so you know this as well, some sheriff's offices in the county, or in the state rather, have animal control officers. Walton County has an animal control office. I had a conversation with and got approval to use his name. I spoke with Sheriff-elect Eric Aden about animal control officer. And it would certainly not be something just for the city of Destin. It would have to be the municipalities throughout our county. And it's something that he at least said is worthy of consideration. Now, That said, his animal control officer, and I'm certainly not speaking for him, I'm just letting you know the conversation we had, they would certainly not take the place of paws no more than our code compliance officer was going to take the place. It would just be the collection person, the person that goes out there and scoops up the dog, they'd still come and house the dogs with you. So just so you know, in future, the sheriff-elect may be talking to you and the city about that. But again, the caveat on that is it would not just be the city of Destin, it would have to be all the municipalities for him to even consider that. He just said he was open to that idea, and it's something the future councils can talk about. So I would just ask you if you would continue to coordinate. Again, you're new and you're making improvements, and thank you. I just ask you to continue to coordinate with us, and not knowing that we weren't billed the $75. I know what the contract said, and I saw all these after-hours things, and it was something that raised an eyebrow that we've got these habitual offenders. What are we going to do to tame it down? And, but again, thank you for everything.
And some of those habitual offenders are folks that are just in what we call neighborly disputes that continue to call on each other. So we do track that information and try to work with them to come up with a resolution. I just want to let you know that when I was submitting information with your city staff in the last month, we had a virtual meeting where we looked at the rates and how things are done with the contracts. We were trying to figure out the per capita rates is what we were looking at for all the municipalities. And we were looking at neighboring counties, as you have done with your sheriff's department. And so Santa Rosa County has like a 1.5 or $1.8 million animal control budget. So when you look at a $40,000 contract, I mean, that's a county in your city. That's a big difference.
Absolutely.
But having said that, I do want to work with you on if we're going to fix these contracts, let's look at a big term, long picture, and not keep band-aiding them, because there are some possible solutions that the county might not like, but your contract rates would be based more on your usage if we would negotiate with the county as a whole. So I don't want to open that can of worms right now, other than to say we are wide open to relooking at everything right now, and there's no better time to do that. But when you're looking at 40,000 versus 80,000, depending on your usage, certainly the city of Destin's only about 4% of our calls right now. So those are other things we can look at for you.
And just without taking a lot more time, but just out of curiosity, I use the word habitual. When you have the same caller calling in about a barking dog, from y'all's standpoint, I mean, you go back to the same house, your dog was a bad dog last night, not a bad rooster, a bad dog. And
they will be issued citations and fines for that, and they get larger as they go. The issue normally is the neighbor doesn't want to sign a signed affidavit, and so we can't issue a citation until someone signs that because they're worried about retribution of some sort. So then, when they don't want to do that, we can go out and patrol more often and try to catch the dog or, you know, get something firsthand. But so, yeah.
Well, I greatly appreciate you. I'm sorry you had to stay here so long
No,
for that.
I was fascinated.
And I greatly appreciate it. I don't know if anybody else has anything, but thank you so much for your information.
All right.
And I would just ask you to coordinate with staff.
Yep, we'll send all that right out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving along. Dr. Ramswell, following up on the submerged land lease. I had a conversation with Mike Burgess and with Kim and about the submerged land lease, because apparently after the last council meeting there was some confusion as to what you actually wanted in that third survey. And apparently Mr. Burgess Mr. Burgess drew up some lines on a survey and as a representation of what you had asked for, and I don't think that's what you wanted. So this was just last week on Wednesday, so I'd asked them to hold off at least till tonight for conversation with us, because there still seems to be a tremendous amount of confusion. And that in and of itself is incredibly disturbing. This has been going on since May the 4th of this year, May the 4th, and we still don't have the survey. Mike looked at the action agenda and he verified what it said from the onset. What we asked for wasn't for part of the survey or the second part of the survey. If they had done the survey right the first time, we wouldn't have had these conversations. The mayor wouldn't have gone on a discussion with us about how much money we're spending, because it should have been done right the first time. Your motion was very clear May the 4th, and yet here we are still talking about what did we want. So somehow or another, this has got to get done. If we go back to the original motion and you look at that, why would it change on what quarter of the area you're talking about? So if there is any, I just want to clear it up right now so we can move forward and get this finished. Are we clear? This is what we want on part 3 And Dr. Ramsey, I know again, we're stepping on each other, if you will, but it's no different than what they did in the first one. The word mean high water line wasn't used in the first one survey. It shouldn't have been used in the third one. So do we understand now, or do we need more clarification to get this done? Somebody? I mean, I don't, is that, I mean, Dr. Ramsey, you explained to him what you wanted, but there's some confusion about that. So I just want to clear the air. We need to figure out what's requested and move forward. We're still May 4th, and we still don't have this done.
I guess the question is, Michael, do you feel that you have all the information you need to ensure the surveyor knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing?
Okay, so the first two surveys that encapsulated Noriego Point Park, we're satisfied with those, correct?
Except for the property line issue that
Okay,
I just
except,
brought
well,
up.
that's another compounding issue again. The secondary, well, the tertiary survey, I mean, we sat over here and kind of doodled on some papers. So what we want is the third survey to look just like the Noriego Point Park survey, correct?
Correct.
Same everything.
Correct.
Okay.
Same everything, just indicating the property lines and then the accreted sand that we talked about that'll be there that's undeeded.
Okay.
Everything we talked about.
That's basically what Councilor Mitchell mentioned before, what we had discussed, and I had kind of mocked up on that existing survey.
The bottom line is, we originally asked for 30 feet out into the water when it was all this conversation back and forth, before you got into it, and other staff members were involved in it. Nothing has changed, regardless of what survey. This is try number 3, but just make it the same as everything else, and there shouldn't be any confusion.
And just for a point of clarification, when I was handed this task, I was also given a punch list of items that must be on the submerged land lease survey itself. And the mean high or ordinary high watermark is one of those. It's about 7 or 8
But it doesn't
items.
stop at the mean high water line, and the third survey stopped at that point. It didn't go any further.
No, it's just a component of the survey.
Okay. So we're clear. So we can move forward and let that come. Okay, great. Okay, Mike, for benefit of everybody else, I know you sent out an email sometime today, but the airport road construction schedule, this is by no means anybody in staff's fault, but I keep asking about that because this is such an important project that's been going on for years and years and years, and yet we still haven't done it. Again, it's not staff's fault. But if you notice, every time I ask and every time you go to them, we get a different answer. Constantly. So I would just ask you, and I'd ask one of the remaining 3 council members that are going to be here, if you all would just task them to report to you every council meeting, because this has got to get going. In the state, we kept getting excuses. So, again, this is not your fault, but please stay on them about this.
I will, sir.
And if you could just, for everybody's benefit, let everybody know what tonight's schedule is according to the state.
Yes, sir, and I will say there are a lot of individuals involved in this project, both with FDOT and private entities, so it is kind of a complicating coordination effort. But the latest update on Airport Road safety improvements is that the plans are slated to be back to FDOT District 3's office in Chipley in about a week. And then they will forward that 100%, or what they call a Phase 4 plan, to their construction office for processing and transmission to the contractor. This process will take about a week or 2 and will include Federal Highway Administration approval for federal safety funding. And then lastly, it'll take the construction office about 30 days to get a notice to proceed. And this same office will determine the number of days allowed for construction, including the mobilization for the project. And I was assured that when that information became available, it would be passed along. And as soon as I get that information, I will certainly pass it along.
Okay, like I say, it's changed a half a dozen times this year through no fault of anybody here, but I just ask you to please stay on that because it is very, very important. Next item is item regarding the Florida Board of Professional Engineers. As everybody is aware, the City of Destin received a complaint from Mr. Gene Early on this matter. And on September the 28th, 2020, the investigator for the Florida Board of Professional Engineers wrote an email to the city specifically asking for a response to that. I did an inquiry with Mr. Bailey and found out that only myself and Dr. Ramswell responded directly to that investigator. I think the city is obligated to respond back to that investigator with information, not just information from myself and Dr. Ramswell. I don't know if it need to take a motion or what, but I think the city manager needs to address this email and respond to Ms. Anderson. And can we do that just by direction, or do we need a motion?
I did try to reach her via telephone. It appears that they are still working remotely.
Correct.
I couldn't get I did reach out, but I did not hear back.
So again, we got an official request from them, and we haven't responded. So can you email her with a response, please?
I can respond to that email with what I know, yes.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. You can just do that, or do I need to make a motion? I mean, you do it, or do I need a motion?
I'm fine with responding.
Okay, that's great. Okay, that's all I wanted to do. I think when the city gets a request from an investigator, official request to the city, I think we're obligated to answer. And like I said, Dr. Ramswell and I are the only two per array that responded back to that, and that's certainly not an official statement from the city. So, okay, that takes care of that one. Okay. The hour is late, and I apologize, but I have a few things I'm going to discuss right now, and obviously I only have a couple of meetings left. On January 7, 2019, I was honored to receive a unanimous vote by the Destin City Council to fill former Destin City Council members Tuffy Dixon's vacant City Council position until the March 12, 2019 special election. On March 12, 2019, I received 60.48% of the votes in the special election, and it has been an honor and a privilege to serve the citizens of Destin. Tonight and at the next council meeting, I intend to provide a recap and overview of the observations I noted while serving as a Destin City Council member. The purpose of this recap is not meant to be mean-spirited or, as the mayor has said frequently, me playing gotcha. It is intended to identify first and foremost the many accomplishments that have taken place by the hard-working men and women who work for the city of Destin, and secondly, to identify some of the city's shortcomings in hopes of identifying best practices and other solutions to resolve the weaknesses that are clearly present. It is my hope that the 3 council members not up for re-election and the 4 soon-to-be elected council members will benefit from some of this information provided and follow up as required. I want to make one point very clear. When I make a statement of fact, I have the supporting information to support my comments. If you have any doubt about the information I'm providing, please contact me directly, and I'll be more than happy to review the evidence with you that supports my statements. I've made the following statements countless times that are just as valid right now as they were when previously stated. First, the purpose of any investigation is to prove or disprove an allegation. Just because a person is under investigation does not mean they're guilty of anything, period. Secondly, in reference to the sins of the past, no council member presently sitting here, nor most of the members of the staff, can be held accountable for the sins of the past. But what each and every one of us should be held accountable for and judged by is how we resolve problems once they were brought to our attention. Sadly, many times this was not done, and the only thing that was done was to turn a blind eye to the problem. Third, I previously stated that the City of Destin falls short in some basic government best practices and procedures and needs to work with the Florida League of Cities or any other source that can provide a checklist to go by to help the city move forward. This is akin to the Sheriff's Office getting accreditation. In that example, the Sheriff's Office utilizes best practices used by other law enforcement agencies and gets inspected in all areas to ensure they are in compliance with those best practices, which results in a more effective organization. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the term Delphi technique, but a simple definition is that Delphi technique is a plan to control a meeting to achieve the outcome that the facilitator and plan stakeholders want. I have seen this technique applied far too many times at city council meetings and special workshops. One of the best examples to highlight this was the Envision special workshop the city put on years ago. As we sat at the tables as groups and collectively arrived at an answer, let's say as an example the group decided the answer was red, the facilitator argued with the group and then posted blue, which was the color the facilitator wanted to achieve all along. Future councils should be aware of this technique moving forward and not allow themselves to be manipulated. Let's now take a few minutes to highlight some of the great accomplishments that have taken place and share a few thoughts on COVID-19. On September the 8th, 2020, staff presented a 2020 strategic plan which identified all of the progress made by each and every one of our hardworking staff. It cannot go unnoticed, to say the least, that for most, 2020 has been a year unlike any of us have ever lived through. Our staff were also faced with an unprecedented challenges never before seen and did a stellar job. Many new procedures and processes were born out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the challenges posed by the pandemic were addressed and continued to by each and every one of our staff each and every day. One procedure that was put into place is our remote meetings. I want to express my thanks and offer a job well done to all of the staff who made the remote meetings process that I utilized for the better part of this year due to COVID-19 available. It certainly makes a lot of difference being here than looking in this little screen, I can assure you. We also must not forget that sadly many of our staff and council members were infected by the COVID-19 virus, and thank God, although each of them endured their own individual issues with the virus, they are all well at this time. My thoughts and prayers continue for all. We are not out of the woods yet with this pandemic, and I know staff will continue working to keep each and every one of us healthy and safe. Each and every council member, if asked what are the most significant accomplishments they have been achieved this year, would certainly have his or her own list. But for me, here is a partial list which is not in any particular order of importance. We accomplished purchasing property for additional public beach access, underground utilities, hiring of critical staff positions, crosstown connector plans, updates to our comp plan, our future land use map, and zoning map. We established new and improved code compliance division, the Noriega Point enhancements. We continue to fight for the airport road enhancements. We finalized the Gulf Power itemized billing procedures. We resolved a plethora of contract issues. We created a city complaint process. And finally, one of the most important we drafted and passed a roost ordinance. Each and every person sitting up here, my fellow council members, all have skill sets that bring to the table, and at times each of those skill sets have been of value and have been called upon. I have a skill set that at times appears not to be a welcome commodity and certainly has not been utilized. With 38 years' experience as an investigator, I have stated, as I said earlier in this report, that the purpose of any investigation is to prove or disprove an allegation. Just because a person is under investigation does not mean they are guilty. Being a law and order, follow the rules individual, I have been amazed at the statements that I have heard when it comes to trying to do the right thing for the citizens of Destin. Let's now examine one of those issues. As everyone knows, last year we had continuing service contracts on the agenda for approval, and I made numerous inquiries about them over and over, with virtually no answers being provided. In an email from the Public Works Director at the time, dated August 31st, 2019, Mr. Tim Petenball, he stated in part, attaches the most updated version of Mr. Menschel's request. The items in blue are scheduled for completion in the next few months. Items in yellow were missed in previous years. And we need to amend the contract to clear up some verbiage and amend the requirements to some of the facilities. For example, City Hall Annex does not have a sprinkler system, so it needs to be amended on the contract. Please let that sink in. The city paid for a sprinkler system in this very building that does not have a sprinkler system. After receiving that email that validated my concerns over the city, overpaying for services, and after numerous meetings with the city manager that did not result in any correction actions taking place. I made a motion at the council meeting that the city asked the State Auditor General to do an audit, and my motion was defeated. At that time, the comment was made that an audit by the state would give the city a black eye. Instead, a substitute motion was made to conduct an internal audit, which passed. Upon completion of that internal audit, over 244 errors were identified. My question is, how many errors does it take for us to have a black eye? Is 244 not enough? Remember what I had said. We should all be judged by how we handle a problem once it's identified, and not just simply because we have a problem. Well, sadly, the story does not end there. Having verified that the city had paid for services that they had not received, it took from October 2019 until July 2020 to resolve this. Folks, that's 9 months, and that should not be acceptable to any of us. Even after the issue was identified, I had to push and push to get staff members to request a refund of monies the city overpaid and was owed. With that came more ridiculous statements, and the big picture has clearly been overlooked. It does not matter if it was 5 cents or $500,000. The fact is, the failure of the process and procedure allowed this to take place, and in some cases, some folks did not care and only wanted me to shut up and move on. As if this was not bad enough, fast forward to earlier this year, where council was once again presented with continuing service contracts to approve, and yes, more errors had to be corrected. This lack of attention to detail should be a cause for concern for all. As a result of the failure of the city manager to properly manage this contract, and the fact that after numerous closed-door meetings and email correspondence that were unanswered by the city manager, I looked into the options available to a council member to document performance issues and was told by our labor attorney and attorney that a council member could not use the City of Destin Council Report, which is used by the city to document employee issues. As a senior manager with years of experience, I know the proper methods and procedures one utilizes, and I felt the inability to utilize a counseling report by a council member was another city weakness that needed attention. First-line supervisors and managers are taught early on the proper methods to handle employee performance issues. The first step would be to have a one-on-one sit-down meeting with the employee to discuss the issues. If after a one-on-one the desired employee performance was not achieved, the next step would be to document the performance deficiencies on a counseling report or other form utilized by the organization. The city manager, regardless who it is in a very unusual position when it comes to his or her boss. Our city manager answers to all 7 council members, and as a matter of fact, the only 3 employees that the council has direct hiring, firing, management oversight responsibility is the city manager, our city attorney, and our land use attorney. It is important to understand that utilizing a counseling report by a council member would be a single person's document that would only be placed in the employee file to document a performance issue, and that document alone would not be cause for any actions, but only to serve as a document to document a performance issue if those actions were ever called into question. Council, think about the past when some of you in a council meeting called for the resignation several times of former city managers. Was there any documentation or warning issued to those city managers? This type of documentation is certainly necessary to support any action taken by the city manager against the city employee. So I ask, why would you not want the ability for the city council to use the same counseling form when needed? With that said, I made a motion at a council meeting to allow council members the ability to utilize the official City of Destin counseling form, and the motion did not pass. Council members, as a result of that motion not passing, and the labor attorneys advising that this is something that should be presented to the council, I am left with no alternative but discuss the matter in this meeting. I can't stress enough how much this goes against all of my management experience. Simply put, a council member should have the ability to privately meet and then, if needed, document performance issues instead of discussing this publicly. And I hope future council members will readdress this issue. I want to stress that. I hope the future council members will look into this. At a recent council meeting, Councilmember Braden, when referring to the mayor, said his issues with the mayor were only job-related, professional issues, and he had no personal issue with the mayor. I want to be very clear, similar to that, what Councilman Braden said. in reference to my issues with the city manager. They are only professional, work-related, dealing with job deficiencies and weaknesses, and are not personal in nature. Again, I wish I could have been handled differently. As previously stated, the continuing service contract issues were confirmed by the city staff on October 31st, 2019, and were not resolved until 2020, which took 9 months. The city manager's supervisory duties responsibility number 4 states in part that the city manager monitors performances of all city franchises and all contractors to ensure that all obligations and commitments are fulfilled and properly managed. The city manager's contract, section F and N, states the city manager shall perform all duties within a reasonable period of time. Based on the city manager's job description and contract, I feel he failed his management responsibilities to properly manage this contract and ensure that the necessary staff took appropriate corrective actions. It is my hope that this performance deficiency will be corrected in the future. Again, this is something that I wanted to do in writing, privately with the city manager, and my fellow council members didn't see the need. I just plead with fellow council members, this is not the way business should be done, but the lawyers told me this is what had to be done, okay? This is a professional thing, and it should have been handled behind closed doors and not forced out here. It's not the way to do business, and I can't stress enough to you all, it's something you ought to look at in the future. I have some other examples, but I'm going to hold off because I know I've taken a lot of time, and I'll finish up at the next council meeting. Again, I listed a litany of positive things, and I am the first to tell you that, Lance, I am in no way, I want to be very clear about this. I'm not advocating that our city manager be fired. I'm not advocating anything. I have had, and he can attest to this, I have had countless sit-down meetings with him on a variety of things. Others I will discuss at the next meeting. And as in any other employee, when an employee is counseled verbally and he doesn't take the right steps to correct them, the next step is to document it. And unfortunately, I was prevented from doing that, and hence this conversation. I know Lance is doing a good job. I support Lance. He, in my opinion only, he failed in this one area, and it needed to be documented. Unfortunately, it had to be done in this way. But I can't stress enough my support of him, and I wish him nothing but good. And again, a big thank you to all of our staff. Everyone has worked tirelessly. We have had such a unique year. We all just want 2020 to go away, but unfortunately, I think 2021 is going to have some residuals. So with that, I appreciate it, and I will continue this at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. It doesn't quite seem adequate enough, but thank you for everything you've contributed to the council over this time period. Mr. Marler? Nope, Mr. Overdeer, you would be next. Are we going to have recaps from each of you here?
No, I don't think so. I'm fine tonight, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marler?
Just a couple of little observations. The tragic incident at Kelly in Maine. The basic thing is it has to take an event like that before we take some appropriate action, even though that I myself tried that action several years ago, and Mr. Mitchell has tried several things, and it doesn't seem to get there until we have something tragic. I hope that the next council that is seated here will take that at heart when it comes to the situation with the fire department, that I hope it doesn't take a tragedy or a situation with the fire department to get a West Station done in any way possible. That's all I have for tonight. I'll wait for my other stuff next week.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Destin?
I'll be brief. I'd like to make a motion to direct the city land use attorney and the city manager to provide educational information to the public on the proposed land use charter amendments, both question 1 and question 2, on the November ballot.
Do I have a second for that?
I'll second it, Mayor.
Okay. And is this just for, like, this means you'll be voting for this?
Basically, it's a fact sheet
Excellent.
just trying to get education out to the public. 'Cause-
Are we going to be able to get that out by tomorrow since early voting is started?
Well, early
as soon as
voting has
possible?
started, so we're going to miss a couple people who didn't get to see it today. I know that we tried our best to put it in plain language, and I know a lot of us tried to promote it in the lead-up, but I think our land use attorney, Ms. Kopp, knows it inside and out. She can work with Lance and our PIO and get something out pretty quick.
Excellent. So let's go ahead and take a vote on that unless there's additional conversation. All righty, Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Braden?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have anything else.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Morgan?
My thoughts and prayers go out with the young boy and his family and everyone involved in that accident. And I hope that this council made steps tonight and the future council can take steps to make this a safer and better community. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Gary Jarvis is not here this evening, but I will, on his behalf, be sure and thank all of you who have served these past terms, and especially Mr. Marlar. I know we've got one more council meeting following this before the election, but I point out Mr. Marlar because I believe he has been the second longest serving council member for the city of Dustin. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
How many years?
All total 16 years on council, not consecutively, and then I had 2 four-year terms each on several committees, so about 24 years total. But Parker's father beats that all the way around, so, and he'll probably break his own record if he should get elected in the next couple of weeks.
Well, thank you, and thank all of y'all for your service, and sad to see you all go, but we do have one more meeting with all of you, so thank you for your time and service. Land use attorney?
Just one item. I have a request for the city council to authorize the city manager to sign this conflict waiver that I've included. This is because I now, within the past month or two, have taken on pause as a client, and I'm their general counsel. I don't expect too many conflicts to come up, but since we have the contract negotiations, I will only be able to participate in representing both with a waiver from both clients, an informed waiver. So, and the other thing I want to point out is, this is my fault for putting it in at the deadline of the agenda prep, but the waiver is broader than the title that's on the agenda, and that's because I was still working on it when it got published. And that's because I was going to do this a meeting later, but then I saw a pause appear on here and I rushed to get it done. So with that said, if you want me to narrow the waiver, I can, but it's more broad and it kind of covers whatever might come up between the two parties. If you want me to limit it to what the title on the agenda says, just the finalizing legal terms of the contract, I can just do that too.
I don't see the actual waiver in here, is that correct?
Oh, it's in there. It's in mine.
I don't see it in mine. I don't know if I needed to resync something. I don't see that. Does the rest of council have that? Okay, maybe it's just mine didn't sync again or something, but okay.
I mean, it was in the original publication of the agenda. It says acknowledgement and waiver of conflict of interest.
Wow, that's wild. Yeah, 169 of 169 is the final page in mine, so I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem, would it be all right if I brought up the recommended motion?
Absolutely.
Mayor, I'm going to move that the city council authorize the city manager to sign a conflict waiver to allow the city land use attorney to finalize legal terms of a contract with pause.
Hey, do we have a second? Okay, we
I
have a motion and a
question.
second. Comments, questions, Mr.
Yes.
Mitchell?
I understand, Kim, I understand, and certainly have no problem with this, but will there be any issue with our city attorney? I guess, Kyle, I just ask you, do you have to recuse himself if we have any discussions on this?
Yeah, I'm just totally conflicting out. I'm not asking for a conflict waiver. I'm just not going to provide any legal advice.
So anything like that would just let Kim handle?
Exactly.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Sure.
Okay, any further questions or comments?
Well, the only thing I'll say now, so the motion was limited to finalizing the legal terms of the contract. And like I said, I broadened it, but I didn't get a chance to fix that because Ray published it while I was working on it because it was last minute. So you can stick with that motion, but then I'll have to come back to you if anything else ever comes
Well,
up.
I'll amend my motion. You just tell me how we can do it, because I don't think we probably need to come back twice.
Just to approve the waiver that's in the agenda package and have authorize the city manager.
So moved.
Second concurs.
And does everybody else on council have the ability to actually see this waiver? Okay. Are y'all good with this? Okay. So let's go ahead and take the vote then. Mr. Braden?
Yes.
Mr. Menschel?
Yes.
Mr. Overdeer?
Yes.
Mr. Marlar?
Yes.
Mr. Destin?
Yes.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Could, again, since this is my first meeting here in a long, long time, I don't know if it was there or not, but I want to acknowledge and say how nice those signs are. I don't know if Mike overlooked that or not, but if you wanted to take a second just to speak to that. I mean, Lance, obviously it's fantastic, our welcome sign, and just if you could speak to that, I think it's great.
Thank you. I'm not going to steal Michael's thunder on this. I'll let Michael take this one.
It's kind of heavy. Yeah, I can do that. But council requested that we put up some temporary welcome to Destin signs at a couple of our, I don't want to call them gateways, but just entrances into the city, like out at Captain Dave's and when you come over the bridge and whatnot. And this is basically the design I put together. They just kind of tweaked it because I'm not a graphic artist, but I think it came out pretty well. It's about 5 feet wide, 4 feet tall, and we'll be installing those once we get some finalized locations on 4x4s.
Mike, you did a great job, and they look great. Thank you so much. Staff really did great on that.
Absolutely. They look awesome. And I think he's going to attempt to get this up because those on camera can't see it either. So if we can... Yep. Mike, if you wouldn't mind, bring that up here so that it can get on the camera as well so folks at home can see it.
Used to holding that thing, aren't you going to be up there with it?
And good point bringing that up. Terrific. Okay, city attorney, anything from you?
Nothing for me.
All righty, and that brings us to public comments. Please, go ahead.
Therese Aver, 716 Main Street. I know that we've talked about the tragedy that happened on Saturday and praying for the little boy, but I want all y'all to realize there's a 16-year-old that is devastated this happened. Keep him and his family in your thoughts and prayers.
Other public comments? All right, with that, I adjourn the meeting.